Okay. Welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is May 21st, 2024. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda for study session is item A, special education resource update by Nate Edwilson, Director of Special Education.
Thank you for the opportunity to come back and just give you some updates on our needs and just some of the things that we've been doing since the last time. Feeder alignment. We focused this year on our EEC classes. Some of the slides were here before, and I'm happy to review them, or we can push through the ones that you've already seen.
Through the ones we've already seen, yeah.
So the only thing I will mention is the updates on the graphs. These are actually fresh as of about a week and a half ago. See, these are our real-time numbers that we have. I mean, they change actually often.
Sure they do.
So I'll dive into some of the updates that are pertinent, but you can go through those. The major updates that I was asked to bring back were some really big breakouts according to grade level, and then those sectors. And so this is just an overall glance of our EEC, as in, like I said, about a week and a half ago with regards to numbers. Globally, overall, we're pushing up there in the 90s. So I think we made a pretty good decision to open up some additional class placements in that elementary, give us a little more breathing room for those the bubbling that we're having currently. We went down in the middle school area. That's why we did restrict one less teacher. We did make a move there again as a reminder up to Albion. I think we had a parent meeting, came and did a tour, and I had a really good turnout from parents. Came up, and we had some really good positive feedback. So there was some really good proactive community engagement that Principal Gardner did. In regards to ACC numbers, this is where we spent quite a bit of discussion last time. I just wanted to give those numbers. You can see sector, some of the salient points that I think were a little different than last time is we do have a little bit more in that sector 5 than we had prior. Overall, we've gone up substantially in the elementaries. We're at 213 students total right now, which is about 13 students per teacher. Always love to have less, but it's not as bad as we've been in the past. So I feel really good about where we're at that way. I think we'll have to make adjustments in regards to how we address our early K1 needs, but we'll have to kind of work through that with principals as but right now I think we're in a pretty decent position. These are ABS numbers. They're quite small. We're working through some different iterations where we're trying to get our students back to their boundary schools, and we're having some success with that. So we're feeling pretty good about our numbers overall there. And then, of course, with our additional allocations to the schools, I think we're going to see some really good success in the elementary area for supports. So again, this is our feeder alignment. It just goes through where our EEC feeders are at. We're now in more of a triangular pattern, which we're pretty excited about. Going from Granite down to Sprucewood up to Copperview. That really makes it a lot more accessible for our patrons in the different areas, and kind of highlight that. That's our ACC feeder pattern, a lot more robust. Again, we've got a lot of good, areas and locations to help support those populations. One of the things we did last time with the EEC pattern is we put the dots up there to kind of give you a sense of why those locations seem to make the most sense as of right now. We have a lot of clustering around some of these areas, even though we're low on the sector 3 enrollment that we've got there. Again, those are kind of like my arbitrary delineations based on some of the traffic patterns. But we still have a lot of clustering in this lower area of section 4 that makes sense for us to move those students to that sector 3 for a little bit more affordable transportation, et cetera. And that's when we're getting closer to their boundaries. So that's kind of where we're at with ACC. I wanted to give a sense of, as to our needs, what we're trying to do really to reconfigure our needs based on student and teacher reports of what they need. We're shifting the focus of our department. We're actually breaking up into 2 different arms. We're putting a lot of emphasis on our instructional arm to be available for training for teachers, coaching cycles, working through instructional needs, para-training, all within the ability to do that during the school times. So we think that's really going to make a substantial difference. We're shifting our compliance to a very specific group of people. Compliance is important, but what we seem to see the most impact on, obviously, is the instructional output that our teachers are able to produce. So the better we can help them with instruction, the better our students do in progression. So that's why we're reconfiguring. So we'll happily do more updating on how this is going and what the impact is. I think you'll see a high impact for our progress and students and our results. Our major needs, we tend to do really well just addressing principal needs as we work through our programs. We were able to increase and discuss nursing supports. We're able to talk about psych supports and things that we can work through our budgets on. But what we're having a real hard time trying to figure out is how to provide more instruction support for our teachers specific to our department. Right now, we have about 9 hours a year that we spend with compliance training. We don't have a lot of time to spend outside of that. And the difficulty with that is when we pull our teachers out of the buildings, we tend to have more issues and internal issues. So we like to keep our teachers consistently there. Our students do well on consistency and predictability. And so if this is something that you'd like to discuss more, we'd love to throw some proposals out about what that would look like or some costs that might improve, but we could use some extra time. That's probably our number one need that we're looking at right now for the next upcoming year. Our teachers to provide instructional supports. 23 questions I can answer.
Mrs. Mead?
Yeah, but just on that idea of time and training, what is preferable, like days before the school year starts or days within the school year or hours within the school days?
I think it's always a catch-22. I think people like to have their time to be able to decompress, but I think time before the school year starts would help us with coaching cycles, especially with this new configuration. Being able to really focus in on a couple of key areas, whether it's math or whether it's language arts or whether it's instructional priorities, and really following up throughout the year with this new opportunity, this new reconfiguration would be best. During the school year is so hard because, again, anytime we pull our teachers out, things tend to be a little tougher on the whole draw. So if we took out all of our elementary folks out and we have subs in all the elementary places, it really becomes very difficult, right? For all the school level to manage. That just shows how essential we are, which is awesome. But it also it gives us a trick of how we navigate that situation. So we would love to have them outside of that contract time.
Any other questions?
Are you?
Yeah, no. Thank you.
So back when you reported to us a few months ago about the middle school EEC,
Yes.
have there been any changes since then?
Yeah, there's been some growth that we're trying to figure out how to balance. Even today, we heard of some numbers and I thought, well, we've got to really look at this. So we're going back to the drawing board on that to make sure that we're trying really hard to equally distribute out that growth that we are experiencing. So we do constantly go through a process where we're helping teams look at the compliance and their data around what we call LRA decisions. And so those are some of the more unpredictable things. We don't know all the time what's coming in and out because some teams will look at a more restrictive setting and then they'll make that decision and we'll have to figure out where to balance those priorities.
Do you have room within the locations that you've identified or?
Well, as of yesterday, we had about 12, 11, and 9 is where we were at in the middle school sector. We have more room in the elementary right now because we did expand that program and we're doing fine.
So Nate, just bottom line is right now, a 4th middle school EEC does not make total sense. Is that, I mean,
Not right now.
those numbers that you're currently.
That's the hardest part. It's like we do fluctuate, but a lot of the numbers we see high right now, and then in the fall we see some migration out, right? And so it does make people a little bit nervous at the end, but we've seen a pattern over quite a bit of time where we end high and we end up lower at the beginning of the year. So I would hate to make any decisions we haven't already really thought through with what we've got
Before
the fall.
like,
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to hire teachers in the fall, but I would rather, for my sake, look at that and talk to
conservative
the
side.
conservative side, just because if the numbers do go down even 3 in that particular level, then it really doesn't make a lot of sense.
So, but that is something that you will keep considering all the
Always.
way through
Yes.
fall or even something maybe even mid-year?
Yes, always. We always keep that in mind for student needs, and what we try to do if we can't look at FTE from teacher standpoint, we try to increase para support.
Okay, I have, Holly couldn't be here, but she sent me a big text that she wants me to read.
Yep.
So this is from Holly. Okay, thank you, Nate, for all your work advocating for our special education students. I am so grateful for your diligence in ensuring our teachers get further training to better meet the needs of these students and to focus on high quality learning and individual student progress. I appreciate the proposal for training, and I would love to encourage my fellow board members to consider the 3-day training option and allocating a half an FTE for a hybrid ACC/ECC class at Draper Park Middle School. By doing this, we will have special education provided at every middle and high school. This allows our most vulnerable populations the ability to go to school with their siblings and their neighbors. I would hope this could be a pilot program with future plans to include hybrid programs in all of our elementary schools. This provides support to our strategic plan when we state high quality learning should be provided to every student, and personalized learning opportunities, considering the whole child will be provided with equal access to all of our students. When we consider the words of Abby Cox from the gala a few months ago, she said she has always felt a need to represent special education students. Because of funding and programs, most of her public school life, she has not been able to go to school with her special education friends in her neighborhood. They were bused out to a farther school. In high school, that all changed, and she knows their friendship and for her shaped her heart into who she is today. We need to set a goal to ensure our students who we love and value so much can go to school with their siblings and friends of their neighborhood. Not only will this make the difference in the life of that child, but all of the children who are lucky to be part of their neighborhood. So anyway, that's the end of her. So I know she met with you, and it sounds like she's talking about some things didn't really talk to us about. So maybe you could explain.
So as part of our, what would help us in regards to days, I think we have a 3-day and a 5-day proposal of what we could do with that time. And I'm happy to discuss more of that at another time. I talk about budgetary. I've looked at some of the numbers. We think it would be between $300 and $500, which I know is a lot. And so I don't know today's the day to talk about that, but that's what we're looking at as needs for.
So board, do you want him to bring back some numbers? Or
Yeah.
more specifics?
I'd be happy to do that. Is there a specific?
Both of those things.
I don't know, when could you have them? Yeah, could you have them at, the next meeting?
Yeah, I can have them next meeting.
We can tie it into our budget update.
I was gonna say we would. Yeah.
Absolutely.
to-
I've already been thinking a lot about it, so I've already got a lot of.
Okay, any other comments or?
I'm just curious, she mentioned the idea of a hybrid, like it sounds like, because there aren't the numbers to put a full classroom at Draper Park, but to mix, kind of join it with the ACC.
Yeah, typically
What
what
does that concept look like?
Yeah, typically what you see, and I say typically because it's never typical, but what you do see a lot is, what special class will often offer is what we call a self-contained environment. So they'll have maybe minutes a day of instruction, which equates to about three hours or so for most of the students will get in that pattern. And so a halftime teacher at a middle school could probably provide that on a regular basis. And so that is an option that we could certainly discuss and talk about in regards to how that might get the continuum in all of our middle schools, and high schools. Right now, it would be fairly costly for an elementary to consider that, but we could talk about those kind of things in either our opportunity access subcommittee and things like that. It would be a good way to work out some of those details. And I'd be happy to prepare anything for that.
Sense to have that committee
Access and opportunity.
vet it out a little bit more.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to bring whatever proposals as soon as we want to on that too. It's not too hard for me to get numbers on what it would take to do something.
And then I do have a question. So do we have a program at every middle school except for Draper Park? I thought you just said there were only 3.
For ACC, we do. Every school has one except Draper now. So 7 out of 8, which before we were about 5 out of 8, which I felt pretty good about. So we moved in a direction that's really good. It's just that last school and what you would like to do with it.
Maybe bring back like what that would take. Not everywhere, but that, I mean, you could do one everywhere, but also just to help Draper Park.
Yes, yeah.
Feasibly, Draper Park one, if the board would like to hear about it, would be the cheapest of the options to look at in regards to figuring out how to make it available in a secondary realm. That's what you like.
Well, is access an opportunity? Are you guys meeting?
We don't have one scheduled till school starts again, but we could.
Yeah.
It's easy enough to do.
Discuss this. Yeah.
All right,
She's going.
She loves me.
at another meeting.
Yeah,
We can,
need 12 additional. That's fine.
Because that might be nice just for the committee to look at it and then.
But do you want that before the budget meeting?
Yes.
That means it has to occur before then.
Next week, no, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm working.
June 4th, no, right?
I
June.
I think Nate and I can work out something prior,
The 4th, but then
or,
we can meet because the 18th is when we actually approve it. So
Oh, the 18th is what it
So sometime before the 18th.
ideally.
We'll get it then.
is. Any other questions? Yes, Mrs. Oaks.
So I know we talked about making sure that this change that the EEC and HCC classrooms are kept to the numbers. That there's been discussion about what that costs in order to make sure that that happens. Where are we at on this cost at this point?
I think we'd have to talk about what reasonable numbers look like for the board.
I think if we're in that 13 range.
It's better than it's been.
I think we're in budget, right? We have enough people right there to do that.
Yeah, what I'm really, honestly, what I'm really hoping is with this focus from our instruction side, we haven't really, there's not a lot of districts doing this. So it's kind of pioneering a little bit, which I know Canyons loves to do. And I'm highly confident that with our focus on instruction, we'll be able to help maybe even move some students back to their boundary schools because they'll make progress, and then maybe that will help with some of our numbers there anyway.
Okay, and then I guess my question is, that goes through my mind is just thinking through the principal's perspective, what happens when those numbers start to creep up? How do we make sure that we're supporting those schools, that it doesn't become overwhelming?
So
I think one of the things is that what you did a couple of weeks ago when we approved our negotiations, moved all our paras up one lane, that will help retain them and fill those open positions that we have. So I think that's been, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's been part of the problem is when we've had people leave or empty unfilled positions, that's just put more stress on everyone else. So we're hoping that will help correct it.
we'll have subs fill positions, which is great to have hands, but they're not consistent. You know, there's those issues. And I just to the credit of everything that you've been doing to support us, we have had half as many of our teachers leave this year. So we were at 41 last year. This year, we're only at 20. So we are moving in a really good direction for retention in the special ed realm. I'm hopeful that we'll see some really good feedback from surveys if it can be localized to special education teachers, that they're really moving in a direction. So I think thank you so much for your support. I think that that's a good result of what we've been trying to accomplish.
That's great. Mr. Edel?
I know that there was a concern previously about the special education classes at Albion going into portables.
Yes, that's not happening. So there was a miscommunication and I apologize about that, but they are in the building and everything is good. The teacher loves the location and I think it's very conducive to their needs. Thank you.
I was just going to say that I've had a couple just happenstance conversations with folks over the last few weeks. And it's come up about special ed and how well run our program is here in Canyons and that it is attracting people. So, you know, I really appreciate all that you're doing and the good things are, the word is getting out and I really appreciate
I
that.
appreciate that. We have a brand to live up to. Canyons District is the finest district. So we want to make sure we're in the finest department.
Well, thank you, Nate. Thanks for bringing all this information back. I know the board wanted, like we said, we wanted to help support you, so thank you.
I appreciate it.
bringing these ideas up.
More information.
That sounds great. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item B, and is the Utah Fits All Scholarship discussion, and that will be led by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Schill, and a big thanks to Nate. This guy's, he's always going and always trying to help out our families. Nate. His wife's the special education director down at Nebo,
She's a teacher specialist.
teacher specialist.
Talk about special ed.
I don't know what the dinner
20.
conversation is down.
Always. special ed.
Danielson Hall. Just a quick update. We've received a few requests. I would say more than 5, less than 10. If we're interested in being a provider for the Utah Fits All Scholarship, the voucher bill, if you will, just to refresh everybody's memory. With the legislature, they will award up to 10,000 scholarships or 10,000 students, each one being $8,000. So they did 40 million last year in the session of 23, 40 this year, 24, so 10,000 students. They had about 27,000 apply for 15,000, 16,000 families. On the regular public schools district and charters is about 670,000. So I'm not sure there was a great, I guess it's a sidebar, a great appeal out there. That's only about 4% of students out there applied. So I thought that was interesting.
I could never find a number that would indicate how many of those were already in private.
I couldn't either.
I looked, I just couldn't find it.
That would be interesting to know.
Either home or private school. Yeah.
I think it's
I
pretty high, actually.
That's why I think maybe it's hard to find.
Yeah, I do. I think it's pretty high.
So the question is, are we interested in being a provider? Just to also brief note, if anybody who's gets a scholarship cannot attend our schools, period. Okay. We will not receive any funding. If they're a private homeschool student, they come for a couple of periods, we do get WPU value from them. But if you're on scholarship, you cannot come because we will not receive any funding. Their funding is the 8,000 scholarship, okay? So that's why we'd have to be a provider and accept them in. We could charge them a fee, if you look on a board doc, I have one document there, you can see the provider list. They have lots of providers, all the private schools providers right now. Lots of out-of-state online providers, in-state providers. I've talked to some neighboring school districts. There was one that Washington, I'll say the one who has decided they will be a provider. The last 2 days I've heard from Granite, Jordan, and Davis that they will most likely be a provider. If you want to be a provider, we can set the fee. I would recommend a minimum fee of $1,000 per credit or per class. So you break that up, right now we get $4,400 WPU, $4,500 WPU. That's about $500 per class for a high school student. I would charge them double because they are getting 1/8 every class they take from us, $1,000. So it would be double essentially what we get. I'd even consider higher than that. I would also subject them to the fees that our students have to pay. The general fee and the classroom fees. And if we wanted to take extracurriculars, that's a whole different topic. I would probably make them pay the fee on the extracurriculars, of course, but maybe also I use the term overhead charge type thing because our WPU is paying the bills and the coaching salaries and things like that. So maybe a little bit overhead charge if you want to go that route. I think you have a couple options. One, you can sign up for just regular classes and curriculars. One is just regular classes only. Or two, we can just sit back and not be a provider this year, look at being a provider next year. My recommendation is that we probably sign up to be a provider. That would be mine. How that looks, That way, we can decide. Sounds like some of these districts have more made it an administrative decision. Others are looking for board input too, so we wanted to bring it to you. Not any further with that, so if there's any guidance you'd like to give us or what? But
Okay, Mr. Edel?
I think as the premier educational institution of the state, us being a provider is in the interest of the public good. It'd be really unfortunate to deprive people of the ability to come to the best schools in the state.
We'd be happy to take that one back. They don't.
Mrs. Miller?
It was my understanding that they could access speech and language. That's, no OT, no PT, no.
well, unless I'm wrong, am I wrong?
Well, but could we list that as one of the services that we could provide for the
Mrs. Teague?
So that was my question. At this point, if we apply to be a provider, do we have to define or put the parameters around what it is we would provide? Instead of just a general, yeah, we're on the list and contact us to find out.
I
what it
have
is.
actually looked at the application, but I do think you have to put specifics what you would provide, yeah.
Because, I agree with Mr. Edel that we are the best in the state and but at the same time, I think we need to be really, really careful that we aren't subsidizing these students with WPU and local revenue funds that should benefit the students that choose to enroll to receive the full experience. And then I also have a question. And this is maybe just a little technical question. I don't expect you to have the answer. But if we're a provider and a student signs up to take a class or two, or it's paid in an extracurricular, in addition to charging them a fee, what would be our liability? Would risk management cover because they can't be enrolled? Right? So can there be some sort of when they sign the contract to receive our services, that they waive whatever immunity or
Well,
I don't know
even a
what
step
the legal-
further, I mean, how does that tie us to assessment, to standardized assessment, to attendance rules, to federal? And if there's special ed, what does that do? So there's some questions there that be about to that.
So like I said, it's kind of going down a path differently,
We
but
would be covered because.
state risk.
I think would want to check.
I would want that in writing.
Good point. Yeah, we'll check that out.
Mrs. Patterson?
I'm just trying to clarify for myself. So are we recommending, your recommendation is that we allow for both regular classes and extracurricular, let them just choose? And is there a cap?
I'm Leon speaking.
No.
I'm a little nervous. The extracurriculars bother me. One of the districts is not doing extracurriculars. They want their students to benefit from this. I'm a little torn on that. I kind of would side with that district. I'm fine with the regular classes and the programs and that they need, whether it's OT, speech, things like that, I think would be great. I don't know. I'm a little nervous on extracurriculars, but you guys, one of them is band that we've got request on is band, and that's an extracurricular.
That's true.
The thing they debated too is if we deny, it's likely that
Worse
we
than.
get a bill that says not only do you allow them, but you won't charge them any fees. So that's just the counter. The hard call. But I have the same concerns Leon does too. I'm supportive of us participating. But it's definitely, there's some complexity to it that we'd have to work out.
Mrs. Oaks, thank you.
So I've been in contact with board members from other districts and we've been debating back and forth on this whole thing. Some say And in doing this, we're encouraging the growth of the voucher program.
It's true.
And I think that we do have to consider that. I think also though, like last week, I sat through the most amazing orchestra concert at Corner Canyon. It blew my mind. They played a piece of music that I didn't learn until I was a music major for 2 years in college. And I walked out of there thinking, there is no private school in the state that could pull that sucker off. Only here. And it is an incredible opportunity for kids from outside to be able to come and experience some of those things. And if I'm a parent who cares about music, that would be worth it to me. So I felt really conflicted, I'll be honest. I think what the state has done, especially in the way that they did it, was deplorably awful. And it was terrible governance. And as I sit and I look at the vendors for Utah Fits All, it's like an insult that will be on the same list as swim schools and swimming lessons. And I'm a musician, okay? It's like I just think it's horrible.
Tumbling and karate.
Yeah, but I have swum in the waters of the homeschool parent, and I know that community fairly well. And when they get to high school in particular, it's less so in middle school and elementary, but the older the kids get, the more they recognize they have to outsource to other places because they can't provide such specialized classes for their kids. And I actually think that we would have a fair number of kids utilizing it.
It is high school once we get there.
Yeah. Okay, this is exclusively high school.
No, at least one middle school.
Okay.
I don't know of any elementaries.
That would be really hard to define on
Right.
an elementary. but-
I bet you dollars a student, so you're gonna have people asking about DLI for that. And so we probably have to talk about that to a certain extent,
I think you would make GLI, so you do that, they have to be there the whole day.
or well,
Class, blue class.
yeah, they're hoping, anyway, I'm just saying, I think, anyway. I'm leaning towards doing it because we may as well reclaim part of that. Are we encouraging people to take the voucher? And by doing this, it's hard to say. I don't know. If it's tipping them that direction and saying, I can have all of my needs met and it's a win-win for me, I don't know.
Thanks, Ms. Straddle.
I think no matter what we do, the legislature doesn't really care that we do it. I think they'll care when we don't do things.
That's what I think too.
But as if we participate, I don't think it'll impact whether they're like, oh, see, the district supports, but if we don't do things, then I think they'll say, oh, hey, why aren't you guys being helpful? And how can we not be team players? That being said, too, I think the people that are gonna use the scholarships aren't people who would be enrolled in our schools anyway. I don't think most people would go out to get this to come back to our schools when they've already been in our schools because it's free. But I also wanted to say that I think Nancy made some really good points in some of the other offerings and how complicated they can be. So I guess my recommendation would be that if we're gonna start, we start here. And then as it goes forward to maybe take a look at other future offerings. I don't know what here is, right? But smaller, because special education was brought in and speech and some of the other things that are maybe a little more complicated. Maybe those aren't initial offering products, but maybe they're down the road offering products. As we're able to spend more time to think about them. That's just what I was pondering as I was hearing everyone's really good comments on the subject.
Yeah, Mrs. Toomey.
Some other ideas, so when we're defining our offerings and our parameters, I think we would also want to have a deadline for when they would need to commit, because we're gonna be making FTE assignments based on that. And then also I'm just thinking when you talked about the extracurricular on that, is that something that we could maybe place a limit, like say first come, first serve, or no more than so many per program? I don't know. I'm just saying that if the administration is gonna have more conversation about it, maybe ask those, talk about those ideas that
Well, it really, to me, extracurricular, it really will highlight the issue with choice already, right? So when you're thinking about boundaries for schools or lack thereof, this may be the impetus for complete elimination of any type of boundary that students would be able to go to one school or not. Homeschool right now, it's sort of dictated if you homeschool, and then obviously you don't have a sports program, the school, you can attend the school in your boundary and participate. But does this now open up a whole nother frontier of, I'm going to X school or homeschooling or this, but I want to voucher into Corner to play football, or I want to go to Brighton to, yeah. I mean, it opens, and maybe that was their intent. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of with Andrew. I think somehow if we can find a way to support it, the less negative attention. I think any district that comes out in opposition, we're probably going to get legislation that just says they can go where they want when they want, and there's no rules.
Yeah. A quick follow-up, a glass half full comment, maybe by providing it, they come in and they see our schools and they want to come full time.
It's a good point.
Yeah, that's also,
Mr. Adam.
I wanted to kind of add to Nancy's point a little bit about if it gets full or something. Most organizations have a limited number of slots for whatever program they have, which seems like a fair enough thing for our organization. If something's too full, there's no slots at that school, but maybe there's some over at this one. Right? And that's probably a pretty decent road to explore. As well as maybe for extracurriculars, if we are going to go down that road, and taking a look at what are maybe some controversial extracurriculars that can cause big issues and which ones don't, and then maybe ease into the ones that won't cause big issues first as we wade into this, because this is going to be forever, right?
just so this is really interesting stuff to talk about and awesome. And Kirsten Stewart gets all the credit on this as she's been working on our strategic enrollment office, pseudo office, and just how we're tracking that. But the way that she's termed this as a no wrong door philosophy is basically, as students come to us, we're trying to be more centralized in that approach, that if it doesn't work for you, if you can't get into the band program or orchestra program at Corner, but you can go to Jordan, or so that in the past, it's kind of been more, site-based, and parents would go to X school and, hey, it's full, or we can't accommodate this. But I think our approach has been, and this kind of fits that maybe this whole discussion is, maybe we look at this voucher through a more centralized lens that, hey, we want to help you get the product or the program that you need. And let's start with your top request second, and just work through that process with them, almost advocating, for them and with them along the way, versus they're on their own to just go to the school and hope that they get into X program.
Our first priority are our family students.
Kids.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Those are our first priority, and we need to make sure that they have the access that they need.
I agree.
So do you like the concept, if we come back to look at the voucher program, the fits all scholarship through a more centralized approach? I mean, I think that would help.
So what does that look like?
So instead of going directly to the school, if you wanted to get your student, you would come to the district and go through
I understand that. So are you opting out of Are you suggesting you opt out?
Well, no, we're in, we'd participate, but we would, instead of just leaving it, we would manage it at the district level instead of,
Makes more sense because then there's not going to be,
It's administrative.
yes, and then they can't,
Extras.
well, and they can't pick and choose, you know what I mean, cause great lot of imbalance.
well, I think too, we'd be able to track the data a lot better to give you feedback on this is how it's impacting. And probably a little more control or just eyes on.
I like that alone.
I don't know.
Start out, see how.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to start out.
goes, But yeah, I like that.
So are we all in favor of participating and allowing extracurriculars? But just have it
Yes, but-
like centrally.
Okay, do you want us, there's a little bit of a time situation here, not, we have time till the next board meeting, but some of the extracurriculars of the band, I mentioned, and they have their summer camps, clinics, if you will, kick off week, I think, of June 11th, so specifically talking out about how
We have this on consent,
so we can have something,
just make it an administrative.
you can either do either or. But we're happy to put to consent, but maybe ask for some broad guidelines for us to work through on filling the application out and like that maybe the board approve us to be a provider and we'll work through the details, because there probably will be some extracurriculars that we may not want to allow the first year on.
Well, that's the thing. I'm okay if we start smaller. I mean, are you guys maybe
Yeah.
start smaller and then see how that goes first?
See where the demand even is. Maybe it's one area, but
We'll have something on consent for this meeting.
Thank you, Leah. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the NSBA update and President Edel will lead that discussion.
Okay, so I'm just gonna be turning some time over to Nancy, Karen, and then myself to go over some of the items and takeaways from the NSBA conference in New Orleans.
Thank you. There's a lot of break there.
So Nancy, are you ready to?
Yeah, sure.
And if you guys want a second, I can go, but it's just if you're ready.
All right. How much time do we have?
Let's just say no more than 15 minutes, so 5 minutes each, is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Unless you have.
Okay, no, so yeah, it was really a good conference. I enjoyed almost every class I took. And I'll explain later. Okay, so really quick. The first one I went to is personalized learning. And that was conducted by Lawton, Oklahoma Public Schools. And the main focus of their presentation was their program that they're running for students to become career ready as well as college preparation. So a lot along the same lines of our discussion that we've had about our innovation center. One of the things that they have adopted is they call it the AIM program. It's apprenticeship, internship, and mentorship that every student, regardless if they're participating in an enrolled program or not, that they have the opportunity to have one of those experiences. So every secondary student is assigned a mentor and not always just from within the school. They partner with outside. They have 11 pathways though on their career preparation program. And each pathway has 3 different levels of opportunity, traditional straight to work, college prep, and then full-on industry certification options. And they made a point that I thought was interesting that we ought to consider is when building your program and the schedule, you need to flip the approach from what adults are available to teach what students want and industry needs, and then find the teachers or the adults to do it. So the next one I attended was about sustainable change. This was from a district in Westmoreland, New York. It's a very small district, but they talked about some frames that form the culture of your organization. there's a structural frame, human relations frame, political frame, and symbolic frame. And some of those are self-explanatory, but the political frame is understand what outside influences affect and how they affect your organization, and as well as situational pressures. And then the symbolic frame of values, morals, and traditions. And I feel like through our strategic planning process that we kind of recognize, and we call them different things, but we do have a lot of those frames in place. Then this one was really interesting. It was about student summits. It's from Portland Public Schools, Portland, Oregon. And they have usually in March of the year, they have a 1-day learning and leadership event for high school students. And that day is planned by their district student community or student council, so similar to what we have. But the students plan, the event is planned by the students for the students, and the adults just kind of help facilitate the details. And so I would really like us to maybe consider doing something like that. I know we've done other high school leadership things this year, but it's really intrigued with that one. And then there was one on equity audits, and that one I didn't enjoy so much, but it was mostly because everything they said we've already done and then some, so. And then the dignity index, one of the general sessions was Tim Schreiber talking about that. And said some really great things, but one of the things that stood out to me was that Highland High School in the Salt Lake City district has adopted the index and is helping to implement that through their high school to help the students have a better understanding of that and help their culture there in their school. And then next one was navigating political storms. This was Whitefish, Montana, which is a small school district, but they shared their experience during the pandemic. And listening to some of the things that they've experienced made it seem like we had it pretty easy. But one of the things that they emphasized, and again, this is something that I feel we do really well, is to find outside authorities that will speak up for the district. And I feel like our district has built such great community relations that if needed, they will speak up for us. And then the last one that I attended, which was really the one I enjoyed them all, but this one I just came back with so much. It inspired me a lot, and it was about building student confidence. And the speaker talked about how there's just kind of this tide of student hopelessness that kind of was starting before the pandemic, and then it exacerbated it with the pandemic, and that we need to help students come to believe in themselves. And then they listed several ways of doing that. And then talked about 3 questions for students. And this made me think of our questions for PLCs that we have that are kind of the guiding questions for PLCs. And I thought we ought to consider these 3 guiding questions for students. It's where am I going? Where am I now? And how can I close the gap? They ask those questions on whatever the content area, whatever they're studying and learning. And the learning success is as much about emotion as cognition. And it's the person that presented this breakout session has written a book called Give Our Students the Gift of Confidence. It's essential for learning success. And I haven't read the whole book. I've just kind of flipped through it really quick, but I just think that is really, it felt right to me that that's something we should.
Who's the author?
Focus on. The author is Rick Stiggins, Stiggins.
What is the name of it?
Giving Our Students the Gift of Confidence. So,
He is a long time
yeah,
educator, researcher, writer, so he's
I
very
got the
well-
idea, his really, yeah,
very
respected and very
publicized, so.
experienced, yeah. Anyway. That's probably more than 5 minutes, sorry.
I didn't list every class I went to because some had more impact on me than others. The one thing I do like about going to all of these good things is, if anything, it's validating. When you go into all these courses and you hear some of the problems and ways that they have dealt with them in different districts all over the country, and we're doing the same or better than a lot of the things that they're presenting, it's just very, very valuable information for us that we're going the right direction. My frustration is that 2 of the classes I wanted to go to literally were so full, packed up to the door, I had to go to alternate choices, which just tells you how important some of those classes would be. So one of the classes was all filled that I was going to. So Rick and I ended up bopping over to class was across the hall, and it's your roles and responsibilities as a school board member. Not necessarily the choice I was going to do, but it was very valuable because it just, like I said, reconfirmed things that we're doing. The big point they made is that an effective governance team equals a successful district. And I feel like we as a team work very well, and you can see how it's paying off for our students. So I really appreciated that. The crazy thing is they had us do a matching game of situations or roles. And we had to match which would a school board be responsible for and which would a superintendent. And it wasn't very easy, was it? There was a whole part where we couldn't quite decide because we overlap. And it was fun to discuss that with other districts and just kind of learn where your perspective was. And then they had one quote that I really liked. Trust is like a paper. Once it's crumpled, it can't be perfect again. So one thing that we always have to remember is that as a board, that what we do, we are building on trust, and that we don't want to do anything to wrinkle our paper or even with our community. So I thought that was valuable, even though I didn't necessarily choose it. The other 2 that I had written down, I went to one on Saturday. It was times are a change in one district's journey with AI. And you know, the AI is something that interests me, but I'm very good at using it. That's you that's good at using it. But they always go through the history. And I think it's funny that we've been using AI a lot longer than we thought we were. For instance, spell checks on our computer are AI. You know, word corrections, everything that corrects us as we're going along, that's AI. Image recognition, the ID on your phone, it opens it up. That's AI. Autonomous vehicles, how many things on your car are automatic? And they function for you, like assisted parking. I've never tried that, but that's AI. My cars aren't that cool. How many in the medical field are using robotics and AI to diagnose diseases and or treat and or even for surgeries? Despite the fact I wear glasses all the time, I had LASIK surgery and that was robotic. I mean, that was AI as well. It doesn't last when you age. I'm sorry, guys, it doesn't last. And Canva is AI, Word is AI, Alexa is AI. Anyway, it's always fascinating to me that we've been surrounded by it, and yet we feel like it's a new thing. It's just presenting itself in a different way. So this particular district decided that they wanted to embrace AI and not push it away because stepping on the brakes in a world obsessed with speed may seem counterproductive, but remember, a kite rises against the wind, not with it. So slow down, reflect, understand, and then lead with intention. So they were trying to be intentional, and they created, first they had a tech advisory team that they created. Then they had within each school digital learning leaders identified. And then they had policies that were written. And what was interesting is that they were allowing their high school students to have access to AI and the adults in the district on their server, but no one no one in middle school or elementary, that they needed to have a little bit of understanding about how to use it. And they had an intentional classroom pilot on on ChatGPT to learn more about how it can be meaningfully used. They did a red light, green light, to let students know what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. They made posters from their policy. They had an example of something that you can do that's going to save teachers time, is that as students came into the classroom in this pilot class, they had a do now activity to create artwork or haiku using AI piloting, using AI. That was their question. Just come in, use AI, create this thing. So it was just a little quick thing. And it helps the students to know how to use it appropriately. They also were looking for ways to use it with their students with disabilities. And believe it or not, they did their pilot with an 8th grade social studies class, not high school. They did it with an 8th grade class. So students didn't have to participate in this pilot. They could opt out, and I don't know what the results of that was. So I'm thinking that we need to, being that we like to be cutting edge, to kind of be looking at what our policy, our guidelines, we need some barriers. But also free up the opportunities. I do know that we have teachers in our district who do know how to use AI, and have them maybe help inform some of the policy and or teach other schools how they've been using it to save time. I went to 2 presentations at Albion Middle 2 years ago, and they had amazing stuff. I can't remember who they were, but we could track them down easy. They're at Albion. Okay, and then the other one was kind of turned on by was connecting with your Spanish speaking families. And so Paula and I are creating a little meeting to go over some ideas and see if there's ways that we can actually implement that, because there is a large portion of our students, and more particularly, not so much the students, but their families, that are definitely not engaged. And that we need more of them to be engaged. And they gave us a lot of reasons to do it. They said, first, you have to understand that it almost always boils down to why they don't do stuff with us is that they don't trust government and education. Think about where they came from. That you were not raised in a situation where you could trust police or teachers or anyone in leadership in authority. And they can't, and it's hard for them to make that change. So we have to help develop that trust. I found it really interesting is that they said, believe it or not, you want to know who the policymakers or who the influential people is, you go to the Catholic, not Catholic, but most of them are, but anyway, Spanish speaking churches. And you go to the churches and you talk to who their leaders are and have them help you know how to do stuff. They did something really creative, and then I'll stop. And that was, they had a Spanish speaking teacher who actually was broadcasting the football games in the high schools over the radio in Spanish. Soccer, football, score. And they all got really into it because sports is a big cultural thing, obviously, for them as well. And I'd like to see if we can build on some ideas, and maybe work towards including our people, our Hispanic and or other ethnicities. Because if you can meet the needs of one, you're probably going to pick up the same kinds of needs, the only difference being the language. Because I know they can't get Parent Square if they put an attachment on Parent Square. PDF does not translate. They never see our PDF, those attachments. They can get their message from Parent Square, but anything that the school attaches, flyers, schedules, whatever, it's all in English. And so that was kind of my big takeaway, is that I'd like to see, and so that's why I talked with Susan, since I'm on her committee, to see if we can find out some ways that we can involve our Spanish speakers. Not even Midville, that.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I know, there are kids, and they're everywhere. They're in all our schools, so that was mine. Yours?
Thank you. So I'm gonna hit 3.5 things that stood out to me while I was there. So the first was with personalized learning with Lofton Public Schools out of Oklahoma. That was a really good one. So they wanted the students to be work ready with an apprenticeship, internship, or mentoring. But one of the things that really stood out to me with that is they have MOUs with the Home Builders Association and local factories. And so I thought that was really cool and kind of lined up with, some great things that we can do with industry in getting our students actually out in kind of whatever field it is, with potential employers. They have their National Guard often sends volunteer substitutes. I thought that was neat. I don't know how we would implement that, and I don't know if I want like Army people substituting, but I'm just kidding. No, but I'm kidding.
I say, not that
But they had a significant goal to focus on hands-on learning, and it was pretty evident by the partnerships they had made with that. They pointed out that it's cheaper to do concurrent enrollment classes than it is AP classes, and so they were trying to get away from AP classes because they weren't super useful, whereas concurrent enrollments were. And I thought that was really interesting. And Nancy hit on some topics, so I'll move to my next one, which was ensuring authentic student voice, which was by Western Placer Unified School District out of California. They were a lot smaller than us, but they had some ideas that I thought warranted some discussions for they called it their student senate. So it was similar to our district.
Student advisory council.
Yeah. But it was a lot different. Like the concepts are trying to get to the same place, but they go about it pretty different ways. So they're a much smaller district, so they were able to do a little bit differently, but they had senators from each of the schools, elementary, middle, and high school. They would do, let's see, I didn't put how often they did it, but periodically they would all get together. And theirs was pretty big and unmanageable, but I did like that they had student representation outside of high school. I thought that was really neat. And then they had a concept that I don't know if I love it, but it was noteworthy, which is once a senator, always a senator. And so you kind of move up through the grades.
So we didn't have to keep retraining.
Yeah, as a student senator and kind of build upon what you had been doing. And so those were the big takeaways like that. They had a lot of barriers and logistical issues that go along with that. But I thought the concept was really neat. And then the last one was from Rocky View Schools out of Calgary in Alberta, Canada. And that one was on onboarding for school success. And I've talked to a few of you about onboarding and what they do. And so that's where I came up with the concept of the 3 different onboarding sessions: your pre-nomination session, your post-nomination candidate session, and then your post-election orientation, similar to what we do now. The hair post-election orientation, I believe, was 10 days
That's
long.
because 8 of the 10 of them are actual classroom visits.
And they spanned it over, it was 8 months. It was a span of over 8 months. And so they spread it out. And so the biggest takeaways from that was that we don't necessarily have to do a single day fire hose for orientation. But we can't do 10 days. But maybe we could do something like a couple days and include some school visits. And then, of course, I've talked about the pre-nominating session and the post-nominating session.
Pre-nominating one is really fascinating because it literally tells you exactly what you're expected to do as a board member. And the time commitment and responsibilities that you have, and it's pretty extensive.
And I'm done. 5 minutes.
It's awesome.
Okay, thanks, you guys. Thanks for attending. Yes.
Can I just say, we had a lot of great sessions, but we have to give it up to our people who put on a fantastic session.
Yes, it was our favorite one.
Therese, Suzanne, Jen, Cam, and
It's very well done.
Susan, fantastic.
Yep.
Cam was the star of the show. There were a couple ladies there. So I thought we were gonna kidnap her and take her home.
I didn't hear that. I heard that everyone loved him.
Great job by them.
It's really well.
Got a lot of
It was our
I'm
favorite.
sure that was the best. Thanks, you guys. Let's go on to our next item, item D, which is CSD TV update. And Beth Haney, Director of Communications, and Justin Anderson, CSD TV broadcast team lead, will present this to us.
One of the videos created for that amazing presentation for NSBA done by Sharice and her team was created by CSD TV. In fact, we have hundreds of videos that we've created this year for our in-house television channel, or yes, I should say streaming service. This is groundbreaking. Very few school districts across the country are doing this, but we are doing it. And Justin has been spearheading our project. We came to you about a year ago to tell you what our plans were with CSD TV. So we asked if we could come back and give you an update on what we have been doing to build up CSD TV. And these kids right here, we'll be talking to in a few minutes. They are 3 of our students who participate in our broadcast program. And they will be discussing some of the things that they've learned, some of the great things about CSD TV. And I think that even some of you saw them in action at a basketball game this winter. I think Alta won pretty big that day, didn't they? I think so. Yeah, it was a fun night, but we have had a lot of fun with a lot of hard work. Like I said, there's few other school districts doing this, so we didn't have a blueprint. We've been doing it on our own, but we're very happy that this is part of our communications department. We have developed a way to reach people who don't have kids in the school district, which is one of the items the board asked us to look into. And that was because we communicate great with the parents who are in our system. But what about the people who live in our district, who contribute through taxes to our district, but don't really move? Also, if grandma and grandpa or aunt and uncle want to watch something that's happening, they can tune into CSD TV. I hope Xander is okay. 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 So Justin and his team have been working on this throughout the year, and they're going to discuss kind of where we've come and then what our plans are for the near future. In a meeting, in an email that I sent to the board a little bit earlier today, there was a link to kind of a mock board meeting. And it's our proposal to start producing through our CSD TV kids, our board meeting every week. Now we'll have close-ups right on Mrs. Schill, right there. We'll have sound effects. Whenever a motion is approved, we'll have trumpets in the background. We'll also have hair and makeup for you all too before you go into board meeting. Not that you need it. That was a bad thing to say. It actually is our way of giving opportunity for our students to learn how to produce that kind of event while also making it easier for our patrons to get information about how the board is working for them. Right now, as we've noted, they have one camera affixed to the ceiling. Sometimes it can be pretty difficult for our patrons to know who is talking. And so we want to change that, make it easier for our patrons to see what you are doing on their behalf. So I'm going to turn the time over to Justin to talk about CSD TV, where we've come from and where we go.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I'm excited to come back and kind of update you. I'm gonna go through some things quickly. If you have questions, please let me know. With CSD TV, we knew we needed a focus. We needed to kind of have something to guide us, because whenever something comes along, especially in education, as a teacher myself, you get pulled in a million different directions. So we said for our first year and going forward, our focus is on these 3 things. Academics, arts and athletics, and kind of in that order. That's how we prioritize. So when I get a request from a teacher, hey, will you come do this thing? And this is kind of how we prioritize those things to make sure that we're accomplishing and meeting the goals of all of our schools. With that, this year, we have had 234 requests from schools and departments for different services, videos, and different things like that. You'll see we created 156 produced videos this year, which I didn't think that number was that high until we actually started pulling all of the data. And then 34 broadcasts. We've actually added 6 more broadcasts since I made this slide a week ago because it is end of year choir season. So right now we have my cohort Ryan is out at Draper Park Middle live streaming their dance concert. And so we are busy. 15 podcast support and 29 other things. We do headshots for departments, classroom training, support, professional development, and those types of things. And so of those 234, you can kind of see how those broke down. We're excited that we're still kind of filling that priority list for ourselves. And then this governance piece, this is you guys, this is the school board thing. So those are board meetings and other things that kind of fall into that governance side pieces there. Some information about our broadcasts. Out of those 34 broadcasts that we've had, this is just our top 23 because it fit nice on my screen. But you can kind of see from our viewers where those things lie. Our parents love the Halloween parade. That is, think about that. That's not a lot of, kids and things like that, but it's one of our highest things for 2 different schools. And so I think it just shows that parents want to be engaged, they want to be involved, they want to see. And so these provide those opportunities for their parents to kind of get in and see those things. You can kind of see it broken down by our academics, arts, athletics, and governance. And so how those go. And then over here, this is just a little bit, this is kind of a word cloud of the things that departments and schools that used our services this year, that requested services. The bigger their name, the more they use this year. And so we've been in schools, middle schools, elementaries. We've helped elementaries make, their parking videos to help their parents learn how to, better park at school. We've done some student videos, help them with their news, all sorts of things. So the most exciting thing about this is our kind of CSD TV app that just went live last week. So if you go to the App Store on Android or Apple, you can download it now, and it's got all of the things on there that our district is doing. It has a live stream. You can go watch yourselves right now if you'd like. There you are. Live streaming. It also has concerts, things from Apex, Teacher of the Year, other things, and it's continually updated as we go throughout the year. So our goal is to start moving away from YouTube for a lot of our things and be going to CSD TV for those things. That's going to help our students access these things as well. So when you search CSD TV in the App Store, you'll also find it. We also have our website where you can go and watch our live stream as well. And then we're also on the Roku. So if you have a Roku TV, you can open up the app, you can download it and watch all the Canyons District stuff there as well. So our goal is to provide that place for those who don't necessarily have a kid at home, a place to access Canyons things that are going on and do those. Another thing that we do with CSD TV is our film festival. We just finished our film festival this year. For those of you who joined us, so I have a nice gold jacket for the film festival. This is my video jacket. This year, film festival is one of my favorite things. It was one of those projects that I kind of got added to when I joined the district, and I thought, okay, I'll see what this is about. And I've fallen in love with it because I get to see students doing what they want to do, figuring out how to tell their story in a way that's it's entertaining, and it's also it's funny. Some of these kids are hilarious, and it's so fun to put them on get a camera on them and see some of those fun things. It's also cool to see the students who work together to make those videos and kind of trying to manage that on film sometimes, which is super fun. I am lucky enough to get to watch every film that gets submitted. Sometimes it feels longer than it should, but it's still a great time. This year, we had our biggest year ever with over 250 entries submitted, with 650 students involved. So a lot of group projects and things like that. All grade levels were represented. And a majority of our schools are represented. So it is really diverse throughout the district. A lot of our schools, especially our elementary schools, our brain booster technicians use this film festival as one of their assignments, that they create these videos in class, the stop motion. They all submit them as a class. So I will get 60 how the life cycle of a butterfly videos. And it's kind of fun to see because you can tell what the teacher told them to do, but then you can also see the fun thing that they choose to do. So if you want to watch any of those films, they are also on CSD TV, shocker. You can access them by going to kansasdistrict.org/film festival, scan that, or I'll show you here in just a second. So I'm gonna bring up these two of our broadcasters, and we're gonna talk a little bit about CSD TV. I'm gonna have you two introduce yourself. Come up, Felipe and Lola. Tell us your name and what school you're from.
I'm Felipe Mora. I am from Bratton High School.
I'm Lola Sharkey and I'm from Draper Park Middle School.
So these two have been part of CSD TV from the beginning. So we started out small, so I got some really kind of good advice the last time I was here. The board basically said, and it was Mont who said it to me, and he said, you need to, I wrote down because I want to make sure I get it right. I don't want to misquote.
You can't defend yourself.
He said to nail it, then scale it. And so our goal this year was to nail it. We thought we'd start off with about 15 kids. And we had our open house, which a few of you got to join us at the beginning of the school year. And we ended up with 150 students who joined CSD TV at the beginning of the year. Whittled down over the year, we're down to 96 kids, I think, that we've enjoyed throughout the year. We meet on Wednesday nights in a studio class. We meet downstairs and we kind of learn about broadcasting. They learn about things that they want to do. We've learned about podcasting, how cameras work, different things, shots and those types of things. So I'm going to have these two talk a little bit about the studio class, something they've learned, something that they thought was interesting. Go ahead.
Okay. Studio classes. I really like these because they were really immersive. I can really feel like I was there and it stuck with me, the class. And I also look forward to them. Justin made sure the classes were really fun. And it's a moment I just look forward to, like, oh, nice, we got a class next week. And yeah.
You could make friends and you could learn stuff. It was not only an educational thing, but also a social thing. And it was like really fun to get better at not only like broadcasting and podcasts and whatever it could be, but also to get better at socializing.
Excellent. I didn't pay them to say any of this. I had them, they wrote down what they wanted to say on the notes, so we're hearing it together for the first time. So the other thing is broadcasting opportunities. One thing that was really important to me and to kind of the vision of CSD TV is that the students actually get out and do the things to learn, do those kind of industry things. So we have student teams who have gone out and done, basketball games. This is a choir concert here at Alta. This was teacher of the year here. So we have groups of students who go out and they're in charge. I kind of turn over the van and the equipment to them and say, here's your role, which we've all learned, go for it. And they kind of get to go and do the things that they need to do. It's fun to see them. I get to hear them because I'm on the headset with them, and they turn into these professionals, and they're like, we need to keep this line clear because we have things going on if people get too talkative. It's super fun to hear. And one thing that I really enjoyed was with basketball. At the beginning of every basketball game, the kids would be like quiet because they're like, not interested, I don't care, blah, 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 let's just do the thing, okay, move the camera. And by the end, and like Felipe, he knows this very well, at the end, they're like, oh, he's gonna make it, oh, it's gonna happen. And they get so excited and interested in something they wouldn't necessarily do. Do you two want to share anything about broadcasting opportunities? Felipe, I know you enjoyed these, you did these a lot.
Absolutely. Through the radios, it was always pretty loud at the end of the games. We always wondered who would win. It was always a pretty fun time. I also felt like I could connect with my school team a lot more because I don't usually go to these kinds of events like basketball games or concerts. But with CSD TV, I feel like I could also connect with my school and my team through there. And I also felt like I could also socialize with my CSD TV team, because through that radio, we are just all clicked.
It's a good time.
What I wanted to say, is that everyone played a role, no matter what you were, you could always be very important.
Everybody has a job. So the other thing was were those industry visits. We wanted to get our kids out to see what this was like, to see if it was something they're interested in. We did a few different things this year. We were able to get to KUTV. We took the students there and they got to watch their news broadcast, interact with them, learn how they were all fascinated by the green screen, how weather is done, fascinated every single person. And so that was a lot of fun. We've also had KSL come in and interview Xander and talk to him about what he's doing, and he wants to grow up and be in this industry, and so we connected him with those people. And so we continue to kind of get the students out there, give them those real world experiences. And speaking of real world experiences, is the student interest support. So the other important part for me, because I was that student where school didn't quite fit me sometimes because I wanted to do something else. And I luckily found a teacher, my band teacher, who was like, I'll help you figure that out. And so we wanted to provide opportunities for students when they wanted to do something. So this example right here, this is Clara from Corner Canyon. She really wants to be a sports photographer. And so we got her equipment. We got her passes to get onto the field at the football game at the state championship so she could take those photos. We got her access to the bus so that she could be involved in those things where she didn't necessarily have someone at her school that could connect her to those things. And we were able to provide the equipment, the training, and that access for her. Another example is with Xander. They wanted to start a podcast at Union Middle with some of the teachers to help kind of unify the student body. We were able to provide training for them, equipment for them to help train a teacher there who kind of leads it for them. And then the students all work on that on the podcast together. So we've kind of done some of those things. Also, I don't know if you've heard, Union has trading cards with all of the teachers that Xander and some others have started. And we helped kind of get the graphic design going so that they could make these trading cards for all of the teachers there as a teacher appreciation gift, which are super fun and cute. So anything else you guys would like to say about CSD TV?
I'd like to say that it's a pretty amazing program. You get to talk with insiders of the industry, and as they said on the past slide, you get to talk to them. They'll provide you with equipment if you're really invested in this. Xander, for example, he is really big into this. I've seen that guy. He's incredible. He really wants to do this, and it shows. And I remember he asked Ryan about how to get more into this industry, and he gave him tips and what to do, what to not do, and stuff like that.
When we were at KUTV, Xander slipped the station manager his resume. Xander's in 8th grade. I was following out and he was like, shook his hand and the guy was like, what's this? It was his resume. He's like, just in case.
That's awesome.
So a little bit just upcoming projects, some things that are going on, and then we'll kind of talk and take some questions. So I want you to know kind of what our big next steps are, especially things that you'll be interested in here. One is our Constitution grant videos. So we know that it's a priority and a focus of the district and administration and board to really focus on Constitution and Founders Day. And so we've reached out to USBE and applied for a civic innovation grant, which we were awarded. And so this will be actually our district's second civic innovation grant. ISD also got one for their info investigators. And our goal was we want to create actual useful video that can go along with Constitution Day and Founders Month to actually help our teachers and to help our students, and kind of also take some load off of our teachers for having to come up with all of these things, and provide some resources as well for them to talk about at home, watch these videos, and share with their families. So our big goal was to kind of make these videos. So that's all kind of into House Bill 179. I won't go through all the particulars. I'm sure if you're excited, you could read through. But basically what we said we're going to do is we're going to create a video series aimed at elementary and secondary students that consists of student-made videos that target either the elementary or secondary, focusing on constitutional literacy, information literacy, digital citizenship, that teachers will use and then we can send home as a connection home. So with this funding that we've gotten from USBE, that's our next step. So now to August, we're working with ISD, our schoolroom teachers, to create leveled videos, because we know a kindergarten class does not need the same video as our 12th grade classes. Right now, they have the same video. And so we're wanting to provide a K2 video, a 3-5, a middle school and a high school video that kind of encompass all those similar topics, but go through there. So we're working with our ISD social studies specialists, as well as some classroom teachers, giving them some stipends to come in over the summer, work on content, work with some of our ELA teachers to script write and those types of things, and create kind of a district-owned video series for our students. So that's our fast goal, because Founders Month is September. So we have to have it done by August, because we want to be able to have it ready so teachers can share it. Then after that, for the rest of the school year with the funding that we have, we're going to continue to kind of brainstorm some of our ideas and topics. These are just some example ones that we've kind of thought through. Working once again with our elementary teachers, looking at the standards and creating a video series that's directed to them, that's put on by us, so we know what's in there, we approve it, and it's something that really shows the Kansas District really emphasizes and supports those month and day. So that's our first step and goal. The other one is what you're probably so excited about, which is the board live stream update. So we're really excited about this and helping you kind of continue pushing the active governance that you do out to our stakeholders. And so some of the things that we're going to be doing as a part of this, and we want to kind of have a discussion in here as well, but we'll be updating the cameras, as Jeff said, so that there's a few more cameras in there to get some different looks. Increase with the live switching, increase the readability of slides. That's the number one comment we usually get, is I couldn't see anything on the slide. And so we want to make sure we're providing that information for them. Enhanced graphics, captioning, and organization. And I'll show you what I mean by organization here in a second. So one thing that's going to be happening is we're looking at putting in screens at your station, so you'll be able to see the presentations a little bit closer up than all the way on that back screen. So you can see there's a little screen right here. So there'll be one every 2 people. So you just have that nice little screen there. And then this is the one, I think she said it was open for me on. So if you go into, so this is what CSD TV looks like, but this is that increased readability for our users at home. So the new platform will allow us to embed the agenda over here on the left-hand side, the video here, the live stream, and then chapters of the video. So when you're looking to go back and find something, you just need to go in, and if you're like, oh, I would like to look for when that consent agenda was approved, you click that button and the video can go to that part there. I won't play because it's gonna be loud, but it goes through and it live puts those bookmarks in there. So really providing a better place for everyone to access everything all at once. It includes the link to down here. Oh, it's over here. So this is the one that comes from Board Docs. So it has all of the links to all of the information that Cindy posts, as well as the MP3s and all of that after the meeting is over. So it kind of connects everything together, and you can see if I click on show details, you'll see that link to Board Docs as well. So really providing our community a one-stop shop for them to come in here and have. So with that, any questions, any comments, anything I can help you with?
Thank you so much. Mrs. Oaks.
So I'm curious, these 15 students that you have, do they all come after school? Is that the?
So there's 96 of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, you're good. Good question. So they come on Wednesdays. We do it from 5 to 8, 5 to 7, depending on, and we have them split. So they come 2 times a month. So about 50-ish each time.
So in conjunction with that, how did they go out to the schools?
So the out to the schools is a extra thing. So they sign up. So in Parent Square, I post the opportunity for them to sign up. And then those who are available can sign up to do those extra ones outside of school. They're usually, they're usually at night most of the time. And so we don't have to worry about, there's sometimes for a during school one, we'll ask the kids at that school if like they're having an assembly, we'll say, hey, would you like to work at this? When we did it for the teacher of the year at Butler Middle, we asked a couple of the Butler Middle kids who were in CSD TV to come and be a part, and they thought they were so cool as kids were all coming into the auditorium.
The Halloween party.
So they get a total of how many hours of training?
So they get roughly 10 hours of ish. with their work that they do at home as well. So then they are all working on assignments or activities at home too.
So do they get curricular credit for it?
So they will for starting forward with next year. So we've been working with high school principals since I have my endorsement and things, we will offer them credit so that they can apply that towards graduation.
Are we thinking of keeping the enrollment at 96 students, or thinking?
At this point, yes, I want to leave it at 100 or less because I want to kind of still stick with that scale option. And a lot of our numbers, is middle school students. We have a lot of middle school students because our high school students have a program in most schools. Brighton is the only the school that doesn't really have any program in this at all. It just doesn't quite work with their scheduling. And so we have a lot of middle schoolers. We have tons of high schoolers as well, but most of ours come from the middle school.
And how is it advertised to all?
So we just advertise out through Parent Square. We're doing lunch visits this year. We're going to lunch with our broadcast trailer and the cameras, and we kind of talk to the kids at lunch and say, hey, would you like to come push these really expensive buttons and see if they want something.
I don't say that just.
It brights, it's light and flashy, so they're.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
So when you do Connect Canyons, those kind of things, are they in the evening?
No, so those are usually done by myself or Ryan Wild, who also works with us, and those, we kind of help support the communication staff, Francis and Kirsten, who host those, and so that's mostly us. Yep,
It's you guys.
it's us as the adults, because those are mostly during the day.
I did watch like the one at Union where they were interviewing the history teacher and you were making that connection with them and with Share Park.
Yes.
On 5. So I'm assuming 5 was at the studio.
That was at their school. We went to Union, yeah. And for that other one with the history teacher, we went to
At the
Union
school.
to do it with the students and the teacher. Yep.
Well, and I just want to say one more thing. I think it was you that made the comment about getting to know people. I was at the traditions thing in Midvale Park and they just said to me, hey, lady, how do we get those people with the camera? Because you had evidently done their Halloween parade. And so they liked seeing themselves because grandma who can't come to the parade, she saw me and they wanted her to see.
We get a hold of that. I mean,
Yeah.
that's our number one thing. Whenever I go, I always get asked, hey, how do I access
Yeah,
your
that
cameras? What are you doing? My grandma, my mom,
When they want to see me, and that's a huge connection to the community.
it's
That's
been a
like,
lot of fun to kind of connect people.
I'm like, I don't know. So now I know.
Mr. Edel, thank you.
So I think that this is all great, and I want to thank you two for being here too.
So great.
I mean, this has got to be kind of nerve-wracking for you because we're all like sitting here staring at you while you guys are talking, but I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah.
You stayed awake the whole time. So I think every aspect of this
Okay.
program is awesome. Like I love the whole thing. And I did want to talk a little bit about the board meeting, because my fellow board members haven't heard me enough talk about it. But I've had a lot of people who have mentioned, that they can't see us and that, like asked, were you at the board meeting? And I was, and some other things like that. And Amber mentioned that someone said they recognized her by her voice.
The SCC meeting, yeah, it said, I recognize your voice, and I was like, oh, so you don't recognize.
You don't know me.
And I think in the day and age that we are, people like to connect with public officials. And they do that by being able to see them. Because a lot of times they don't connect with us one-on-one, right? They connect with the persona that we are. It's kind of like we had I'm gonna go to the Air Force. We had a Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, who's the top enlisted person, and was very, very, very active on social media. And almost no one is gonna meet this individual. Like, she's one in the whole Air Force, but yet no one had ever felt as connected to the top enlisted person in the Air Force as they did when she was Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, because they could see her and make those connections. And so what she said became that much more impactful as opposed to some text and a memo from somebody we don't know. And so I really like this concept because it connects the public to us, instead of maybe a voice that you don't know or some decisions that you hadn't heard about.
Okay, so board, we're kind of short on time, so I just want to ask the question, are we all in favor of them broadcasting to our board meetings? Because Andrew, and I will say Andrew did request this on the agenda. And he obviously is very passionate about it. The rest of us have been a little more
media
reticent.
exposure,
So,
connection, so.
Yeah, this is to me.
yeah, so I have a question about that and, you know, I'll go along with this idea that we need to step into the next level of what's expected from us, but, so will students be participating? How, like,
Yeah, so our goal is to have one student here running the board meeting along with myself. And so we'll be student run and us supervised. But our goal is to get them here and kind of get them engaged.
and when you mentioned, better readability of the slides, I agree, that's really has been a. But, so how will that look like? Will the slide take over the entire screen? that
Yeah,
someone's
so
watching
it'll
it?
be live switch. So yeah, as you're talking about something, maybe the board member is gonna move to a small lower third. The slide will take up a big part of the screen. And then as we move back and in between things, that's gonna kind of just adjust. And so, yeah, the goal being that they can read the information on the screen and see those things and know you'll always be there as your face comes in and out.
Post-game interviews.
Post-game interview, yeah, how did you feel about that vote coming out? Be prepared for that.
Get a mic in your face. after
Yeah.
This is a,
I'll be honest, I'm kind of jealous that the founding fathers could lock themselves in a room. I mean, like, that's like, to me, the ideal deliberations where, you know, like you can actually have a real conversation and not worried about what somebody's thinking of you, but anyway. I am willing to concede on this. It's not a hill I'm willing to die on. It just means I have to pay a little bit more attention to what I wear, I guess. I don't know. Like, there's a part of me that, like, with C-SPAN and how things have gone in Congress, like, it becomes a little bit of a circus and it drives me nuts, and I don't love the idea of it. But if, I would say, let's proceed and see how we like it. And if for any reason you don't, then
There's something we
I
just.
would just say, make sure there's never just one of us on camera, like, make sure the
Yes,
cameras are
that's
back.
what
And like, there's at least 2 or 3 of us, right? Like, we do not.
Yeah, if you watch the sample footage, which I hope you appreciate how great board members we are. No one person at a time except the person at the podium.
The person at the podium is actually.
Well, okay, but this brings up a really, really, really important question, and it's, I don't know whether or not our patrons feel a little bit more intimidated about speaking to us as a board as a result of being recorded. I think that there are a lot of people that approach me about issues and I tell them, you can always come talk to the board, it's not a big deal. But I think also when you put them up on camera, and like, it becomes more of a big deal.
Well, and those are those things that we can kind of iron out as we go throughout this process and figure out how does that look? How does that make people feel and kind of adjust things? That's the nice thing, is it's super flexible.
Yeah, because
So we can-
that camera could be further back too, because I did notice that one was really close.
Yeah.
To you, Justin.
That was really good.
In the sample.
It was zoomed in.
So just to comment too on this idea of kind of having some distance, because I think as the viewers, it's as important that they see how the board operates as a whole
It's true.
versus 7 individuals.
Right.
Because we're one board and not 7
Those are kind of good guiding principles.
Yes.
Kind of help bring us through
Visually.
what that's gonna look like, yeah. So there'll be some ebb and flow and some feedback from you guys as we continue and do this, and I think that'll be really helpful to everybody.
This is the way they do legislative committees now, including focusing on the people who are testifying, and it's pretty seamless. Nobody seems to mind at all.
Well, and people, they should know that what they say is part of the public record, right? And weren't we already streaming? But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yep.
it's just gonna be a little closer.
Because
more
they're back
to-
able to see it better.
Just saying, for some of our young parents who come in who live harried existences and like they barely got dinner on the table and made it to four, sporting events and then they call themselves into the board meeting. It's an intimidating thing to be like,
An extreme close-up.
awesome, that there's a close-up on my hair bun and like my face that got no makeup that day. I may or may not be speaking from previous personal experience, but I'm just saying, like, I do think when you add the recording, like this kind of element to it, it does shift things.
Can be more intimidating.
Yeah.
I think that's a powerful thing for us to think about as we kind of decide what's that gonna look like and kind of set up those established shots of how much and is too much and what is right.
Okay, we need.
I just have one.
Okay, one.
This is
one-
this is a connection with you, but also with my district. Will there be any like Spanish, like?
That's a good question.
So we are.
Because there are people that don't
So
know.
we're currently looking at, so we're gonna be upgrading our captions and how we do our closed captioning. And there's some options to do translation captions. And so that's what we're currently exploring right now. So.
I think that would be really valuable.
Yeah.
It should be easy area and would
Yeah,
be
good
easier
question,
to
good
do. It's
question,
easy to.
yes.
Thank you. That was a great.
Yeah.
If we're reaching out to our entire community through CSD TV, we have to reach out to everybody.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder, all high school graduations will be shown on CSD TV. So if you have friends and family who are across the country or can't otherwise come to watch you give your commencement addresses, please let them know they can watch it on CSD.
That's also what we. really want.
And I have taken good notes. We're gonna do a lot of close-ups of Mrs. T, Mrs. O.
Can we just, while we're talking about graduation, reminder, under 3 minutes, right? everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Short.
Like two,
Making sure.
1 or 2 minutes, you guys, really, people do not. They don't, I'm sorry, but they really don't care.
To listen.
How about
Okay,
that school?
so,
Thank you so much. for
yeah,
your
we gotta
support.
close this one out.
Appreciate it.
And
Guys, just 5 minutes.
10 to 5?
I will now.
Oh, we've lapped them.
Okay,
Way to
thank you,
go.
everyone. Thank you,
Way to
thank
go.
you, Justin, that was great.
Howard. So good.
That row-
You guys. study session to item A on new business.
I move that we approve the agenda with the change that we move item E, legislative policy update, from the study session to item A under new business, and then adjust the rest accordingly.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I will second the motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, see none. I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Shelley Karen, Indian Hills principal. And then after that, she will share some school highlights with us.
Okay, thank you. Test. Okay, repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Well, please be seated. Well, what a wonderful opportunity to, at the end of the school year, talk about my school. Again, Shelley Karen, principal of Indian Hills Middle School. This is my first year as the principal. And it's been an extraordinary year, I would say, for a lot of reasons. And one thing I wanted to say is that we're developing a lot of extraordinary potential at my school in very ordinary ways. So a quick anecdote for you to illustrate. I was doing lunch supervision the other day, a favorite opportunity, and I was outside with the students, and we have a basketball court just outside the back of our building near our cafeteria. And one of our students who's just moved a couple of months ago from Colombia was out on the court with a basketball in her hand, shooting around and impressing the boys, I will say, who were not quite as talented as she. And having been a former college athlete myself, I, of course, had to go over, and we didn't exchange a lot of words, but when I took the ball from her, she handed it to me. Her eyes got wide, and I did a few little dribbles and shot the ball, and we had a connection. I share that not, of course, because we need to talk about college basketball, but I do share that because there's so much potential that is so easy to miss every day in our students, and some of it's very visible when we see kids on the athletic court or the pitch, and some of it's a lot less visible. So a few examples of that this year at my school academically. With RISE testing wrapping up, it's been very exciting to see our writing scores coming in very strongly. As a former ELA teacher, I am thrilled to see that written expression is something that our 8th grade teachers are doing very well. I love that our students are trying on the RISE test, which, coming from the high school, it's very refreshing to see that there's a different level of dedication and effort. And anyway, but I applaud the kids for trying, and that's what I tell them. Thanks so much for trying. We want to honor that. We want you to do the best that you can do. I love that our librarian, Trina McGowan, has gotten us near the top of the district in terms of numbers of books that kids are checking out electronically on Sora. And I love that kids are reading, building their literacy skill. The book club is thriving, which also warms my heart quite a bit. Anyway, I love that, I think of our History Day competition several months ago, lots of our 7th graders competing against 8th grade students, advancing to the district event and thriving there. As Jeff and Kirsten will know, we had KSL come and do a highlight on Ms. Shaw, one of our social studies teachers, about her Olympics unit. So I was ready to get my 2002 Olympic gear on and my volunteer stuff and talk to the kids. It was very fun to see that excitement and to see what's going on there. So lots of excitement going on in terms of academics. I think of our performing arts, our instrumental music program, which is bursting at the seams. We look forward to expanding our space, hopefully at some point, because we have so many students participating with BJ Cox and his and the various groups that he's in charge of and bringing along. Our choir went to the Lagoon festival a few weeks ago, took first in their division. It was very exciting. Our dancers will have were just on the stage last week, and that, it's really exciting also to see all the opportunities there. A couple of other things, I told our students at a 4.0 luncheon that we had the other day that while a 4.0 every quarter for 3 years is amazing, it is amazing, but truly what you do for others and how you can see beyond yourself is equally as important. And so, the service that our students have done, from a student coming up to me and saying, Miss Karen, my friend has never been nominated for the Warrior of the Day, and she helps people. She listens. There was a whole list. I said, well, she should be the Warrior of the Day, right? I love kids building that perspective and looking out for each other and, building that empathy, which is so key in the middle schools where they're just becoming social beings. Anyway, I love where our school is headed. I've told everyone who will listen, my vision for my school is to have it be a place where students and staff and even our community members are empowered to be the best they can be, to tap into that extraordinary potential in very ordinary ways. We're not extraordinary in terms of middle schools across the district, but there's a lot of extraordinary things happening very quietly every day at our school. And I am so excited to see that continue for next year. I just want to thank also our community, PTSA, SEC board members who have been present and supportive of us and helping us achieve that vision. And I look forward to a successful end of the year and a great year ahead. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. We love to hear about our schools and the many great things that are happening. I really love to hear that they were trying on their end of year tests. So that is always a good thing. So thank you. The next item on our agenda is the Canyon Strong Student Recognitions. And Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications, will present that.
It's been quite the year for Principal Karen. We were reminiscing just the other day that on the very first day of school, KSL News Radio did an interview with her about being a first-time principal on the first day of school as principal. She did a fantastic job representing Indian Hills and Canyon School District, and you can see that she has blazed a trail through the Warriors throughout the school year, and we have no doubt that in the future Indian Hills will continue to succeed. She's always been that principal we can count on if we need somebody to talk to press and willing to promote her school and talk about the wonderful things that are happening at Indian Hills. So I can't believe that it has been 9 months since Principal Karen was featured on KSL News Radio. So maybe next year on the first day we'll have her back. Shelley, what do you think? I don't hear anything, so that's a yes. So thank you, President Schill. It is always a pleasure to take a few minutes during board meeting to recognize students who are Canyons strong. The spring temperatures have brought hot competition to our spring sports. Canyons district teams are proving that they are among the best in Utah. Now, we still have 5 teams in the hunt for state titles, and that's in girls lacrosse, boys lacrosse, and baseball. I have been watching the scores as they have been coming in tonight. So our fingers are crossed for our teams that are playing tonight. And then, of course, we wish the best for our teams who are playing in the coming days. Tonight, the Brighton girls lacrosse squad is playing Olympus currently right now at Westminster. They're in the 5A semifinals, and if they win, they'll play for the championship on Thursday at 10 a.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. The Brighton High baseball team also is playing tonight. They're at Utah Valley University. The game started, scheduled to start at 7 o'clock. So they just barely started if everything went as planned. They are facing Orem High, and the finals, if the Bengals climb through the bracket as they have been, are on Friday and Saturday. And we have Corner Canyons baseball team. They played number 6 Fremont at 4:30. Well, they will play tomorrow at BYU, and the finals, if they continue marching through the bracket, will be Friday and Saturday at BYU. So much, oh, we've got one more. Okay, so we have Westminster at 2 p.m. Wednesday. Corner Canyon faces number 4 Farmington in 6A boys lacrosse semifinal. And at Westminster at 10 a.m. Wednesday, Brighton's boys lacrosse plays Northridge in the 5A semifinal. So a lot of student athletes is still seeking those state championships. We'd love to see those state titles come to Canyon School District. So best luck to all of our teams. You can see photographs there of the Brighton High girls lacrosse team and the Corner Canyon and Brighton High boys lacrosse teams, some of the best entire state. We have wishing them the best as they compete for the state championships this week. On Saturday, here we go. Canyon's district student athletes captured multiple state titles at the state track meet. For the 5th year in a row, Corner Canyon captured the championship in 6A in track and field. That's 5 years on the top, and that's a dynasty if we've ever seen one. Corner Canyon boys won state titles in the 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meter, 4x100 relay, 4x200 relay, and the 4x400 relay. Alta also had a state individual championship at the track and field meet. A student at Alta won the 800 meter race, and Brighton won a state individual title in the 300 meter hurdles. That is so hard to say fast. Also on Saturday, we had another state championship come to Canyon School District. As we like to say, District of Champions. We are the second doubles state champs. That goes to Brighton High School. Now, while the Brighton High Bengals came within 1 point of the top score in the team competition, they won the second place trophy. Brighton walked away with the state title in second doubles. And that adds to CSD's total for the entire year. So congratulations to Brighton's Maxwell Pullman and Jacob Ballstadt for becoming the state championships in second doubles. Our next honorees have continued Canyon's district streak of having at least one National Merit Scholar. We had 5. That's the most of any school district in Utah. Congratulations to Ivan Chen from Hillcrest, Talmadge Howe from Brighton, Aline Harrison from Corner Canyon, Nayantara Nair from Hillcrest, and Mitchell Steppen from Jordan High School. 4 of our high schools represented there. Congratulations to the students who earned the title of being a National Merit Scholar that comes with a $2,500 scholarship to help pay for their college or university studies. But being named to the list is often the biggest reward for students and their families, and of course, their teachers and advisors. The winners in this very prestigious scholarship competition are judged to have the strongest combination of academics, leadership skills, and have shown a lot of service in their community. The next honorees also are top scholars in Utah. Canyon's district again had at least one Sterling Scholar in the annual competition of the students. Congratulations to Hillcrest's Cole Madsen, who is the Sterling Scholar in vocal performance, and another big award for Aline Harrison. You may have recognized her name from the previous slide as a National Merit Scholar. She also is a Sterling Scholar in computer technology. So congratulations to those students for winning those awards, which are sponsored annually by the Larry H. Miller family, the Deseret News, and KSL. Now, these 2 students were among 11 who won top awards in their categories. They all received $2,500 in a scholarship, and runners up in each of those 11 categories won $1,000 scholarships. And we had runners up in some of those categories from Alta, Corner Canyon, and Jordan. They were runners up in science, social sciences, and family and consumer sciences. So congratulations to our Sterling Scholars and the runners up from our high schools in the Canyon School District. Now, our next honorees are the students in a construction management program at CTEC. Some of you were able to join us at the ribbon cutting of the project home in Sandy. You'll see there a few board members, Mr. Edel and Mrs. Millerberg, helping to snip the red ribbon when we celebrated the open house of this home that our students built from the ground up. It's located on land that was donated by Sandy City. It is 1,900 square feet. It has 3 bedrooms, and it's part of an ongoing partnership with the city to bring housing within financial reach of teachers or police officers or firefighters. And of course, veterans, if they qualify. And the home is priced below market in hopes of being able to make this house affordable to those hometown heroes. Now, all told, we had 88 students who worked on the project home. You can see there that it is beautiful. And if you took a tour of it, the students were incredibly proud of their handiwork. It was so much fun to see all of those students show the home off to all of the people who came to the ribbon cutting. Now, anything left over after the sale will go toward funding the construction of the next CTEC project home. Will be right next door to the project home that was just completed. So congratulations to the CTEC students for their open house and for all of the great news that they got. The headlines were aplenty about our project home, and they did a fantastic job. Congratulations also to our CTEC program and our administration there for supporting this program. Now, in the coming week, we'll be celebrating the class of 2024. Graduation ceremonies start on Friday with Jordan Valley's completion ceremony. And I tell you, if you haven't been to Jordan Valley's ceremony, I encourage you to go. It's incredibly touching. And the families there, they celebrate their students and they embrace them for the accomplishments that they've had. And then the following week, we'll have Diamond Ridge first up in our high schools to hold a graduation ceremony. And then on Wednesday, Alta, Brighton, Corner Canyon, Hillcrest, and Jordan High Schools. All of the graduation ceremonies will be broadcast on CSD TV. If you all have friends and family who want to tune in to watch these ceremonies and to watch the commencement addresses. It's a day that we get to see the board's vision of building college and career ready students come to life. Congratulations to the other honorees that we mentioned tonight. And congratulations to the class of 2024. President Schill, thank you, and return the time back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. We do not have any patron comments tonight, so we will move on to the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to approve that? And please read each item.
I will make that motion that we approve the consent agenda items, which are approval of minutes for May 7th, 2024 board meeting, approval of hire and termination reports, approval of student overnight travel, approval of purchasing bids, approval of April financial reports.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item A, which is legislative policy update. And that will be given by Jeffrey Christensen. Scared me for a minute, I didn't see him. And I will let him read all the different policies as he goes over them.
Thank you, President Shield, members of the board. So I don't know if you got an email this last week. Just outside legal services, they've had a mother duck that had sort of inhabited an area right there, and we had some tape that was up so no one would injure them. And I don't know if you saw the photograph, but we not only care for students, but we cared for the whole family of ducks to get from the district office over to Mount Jordan, and they kind of crawled across the grass. And so in a legislative policy update, a lot of this is things we just sort of have to do. Not a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of discussion, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of things we have to move forward. As a result, we recently were discussing in our trainings some challenging issues in the times we face with some legislations that's passed related to restrooms and all other kinds of issues that we address. And so we want to follow the law and then also do what's most appropriate for students. So we think what in this legislative policy update, we've tried to strike that balance. Again, this isn't it all. We'll probably be back with some additional updates, but the first one is board governance. So HB 36, Open and Public Meetings Act amendments. This was primarily grew out of some county commissioner related issues and determining what constitutes a meeting. And so less relevant, I mean, it's relevant for the district, but it really dealt with some other issues. These are just primarily statutory updates that we're including in our policy as some new terms have been redefined, particularly with electronic meetings, an anchor location that's been more specifically defined. And then we've had, in our practice, we've had language related to electronic meetings, but now it's a meeting that some or all of the public body members attend through an electronic video, audio, or both video and audio connection can be considered under the law an electronic meeting. So if you're participating electronically or through audio or video, we'll probably need to update just our notice that any meeting could potentially be electronic if in the case, board member Nybar is not here, but if she were participating, that would constitute electronic meeting. So in the policy, we've just made those updates primarily definition related, just so that our policy remains current with state law. The next one is administering medication to students. And we've had for years in our policy issues that address administering like seizure medication with an authorization where nurses can train school personnel that volunteer to engage in administering some medications. During this last legislative session, there was a new bill addressing adrenal crisis rescue medication. So someone that's not producing the right hormones related to that insufficiency can also have an employee or someone that volunteers provide that medication if a nurse is not present. I listened again to the legislative presentation, and in some of the more rural districts, it seems to be, even though we need nurses throughout the state, we don't always have a nurse on site. And so this was the impetus to try to have that any trained employee can provide this authorization of medication if a nurse is not on site. So the other issue that is not necessarily legislative, but as we were reviewing this policy, in our secondary schools, our nurses provide over-the-counter medication, but in both elementary and secondary schools, you'll see on board docs, there's an exhibit that's a standing order that it's current for 23-24, we'll have a new one, but our nurses can provide over-the-counter medications to students. And consistent with that standing physician order. So we're going to attach that as an exhibit to our policy if that ever, as we have questions from patrons, and so they can review that. Research approval process and surveys, HB 182. In this bill, they were primarily, as I listened to it again today, primarily trying to reduce the amount of time it takes during schools in administering surveys and attempting to streamline educational time for students. And so a number of surveys that are given annually, like the school climate survey, social emotional learning, early warning, those need to be provided annually prior to school enrollment through the registration process. In addition, they have added updating specific consent required for topics that are considered like psychologically related, sensitive topics that may deal with an issue that is more sensitive as opposed to topics that would be less less sensitive in terms of disclosing FERPA-related issues related to family economics. So there's a whole list in the statute that they've adjusted some of that language. Then they require that as students transfer from institutions, that you need to obtain that consent from a parent once again, so you can't use notice from a previous district. So one issue is streamlining surveys and the other is making sure that parents are on notice as to what students may be surveyed about during school. And then the last component is the district. We can't offer rewards or consequences for student participation. While not policy, we made a couple of small edits to the surveys and questionnaires exhibit throughout the district because we have a number of surveys that we administer. And so we made a couple of additions to that. Any questions on those policies before again, these is first reading, but primarily all legislative related issues. Any questions on these before I move to the sensitive materials?
Mrs. Pedersen?
Thank you. I just had a quick question. You said on the medication one that over-the-counter drugs can be given by nurses to students. Does that also still require the parent to bring it into the office and that they have to have the container there in the office, and that let's just say a student has cold medicine in their pocket and they can't, or can they just go down to the office and say, hey, I have to take this, watch me take it?
So part of the issue with that doctor's order is they have to have parent permission in advance before any nurse can administer that. In the secondary level, the nurse has the ability to provide those medications if they're on that list. They do allow school staff to administer acetaminophen and like ibuprofen. That can be done by someone that's not necessarily a nurse, but the rest are nurse-based. So they have to have parent permission in advance. Some of those items that the nurse, they'll just have those on site at the school.
And I am aware of that,
So-
but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yep. Other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, no.
So I'm going to address two different policies that are related to HB 29 sensitive materials review amendments. Both our instructional materials policy and also our library. There's a number of slides here and our selection and reconsideration of school library materials. As you may know, during the legislative session, not during this last one, but the previous session, we had HB 374. That was the first iteration of sensitive materials, and we had quite a bit of discussion and we adopted a policy. We had graphs, we had quite a discussion in approving that policy. There has been further legislation regarding this issue, primarily addressing clarification in terms of the bill related to what is objective sensitive material, what is subjective sensitive material, and how that process and procedure will be addressed moving forward. In the legislative update, I'll start with instructional materials. We have a lot of statutory definitions that are being added to both policies consistent with the bill. Particularly who can bring forth a challenge is outlined, as noted, a student, a parent, an employee, or a member of the Board of Education. The statutory definitions is outlined in the criminal code related to sensitive material. And then we've added some procedural definitions really to address the process of doing and conducting a sensitive materials review. What I want to do is just walk through the elements of each of these policies and the procedures we put in place to address the sensitive material review, which is highly governed, and the parameters of that process is outlined in state statute. So pursuant to Utah code, upon receipt of a challenge, the first step in either our instructional materials or library materials will be what we refer to as a plausible claim, whether or not this constitutes a legitimate claim. And that'll be for instructional materials that will go to our instructional services department. If it's dealt with a library book, it will go to our library specialists to do an initial review. That's simply just a plausible claim. And then from there, as we had previously in our policy, you may recall there was a sensitive materials pre-screening, which was to determine if it contained anything that violated the statute. That now will be done initially by a panel composed of three. In the statute, it has to be more than one. So we have in both policies, our library and instructional materials, a panel that will compose, as outlined in our policy, the director and some additional district personnel that will make that initial determination. Based on state statute, if it contains what's determined objective sensitive material, then it needs to be removed from student access until pending an appeal to the board or USBE. During that time period, if it's been removed, we're required to notify the Utah or the USBE regarding those issues, and that's the objective sensitive materials review. If it doesn't contain that material, then they will proceed with the subjective sensitive material review, which is essentially the Miller test. If you recall from our previous discussion, that was kind of the whole review. And that would be conducted either with our instructional materials or our library materials, completing that full review. Once you're complete with that, the district then will make a final determination regarding it, whether it contains sensitive material. If it does, then it will be removed and subject to our deselection processes. At any point, any of the initial people outlined as an individual in statute, the individual, the parent, the student, or the board member could file an appeal. And those appeals now, based on the state law, go to the Board of Education, which would be you, and you would review the objective, sensitive, and make a determination at the board level. Also in our policy, and we have the process set out for the appeal to the board. The final elements of the policy is related to what's contained statutorily for the sensitive materials threshold review by USBE. This where it says pursuant to state law, if 3 districts or 2 schools or 5 charter schools make a determination that it meets the threshold, then USBE is going to aggregate those determinations and notify individual school districts if they need to remove material. Yeah. Yeah. My understanding, I'd probably need to check back with Gretchen, but my understanding is we were in a position as a district that we did not have any that were removed under the old process in terms of something that was objective and a bright line rule is immediately pulled. We did not have any of those. I think that the districts that did have that are in a process of doing that review, and that's the latest I have from that. I do know that currently this bill doesn't not go into effect until July 1. And so we're currently under our existing policy and will be likely we won't hear
anything until July 1.
Yeah.
Anyway, right.
The last piece is, and this is still USBE had some discussions regarding rule. I don't believe anything has passed at this point, but as the statute outlines it, during the time if a district makes a determination and it moves off the shelf, then USBE could eventually put it on their agenda for review, and that could impact what districts do. And we have this language in our policy where if USBE made a determination to appeal someone's sensitive materials determination, we would have the opportunity at that point to conduct our own review and determine whether to put it back on the shelf. And we put language in the policy that we would adhere to our own review and not necessarily defer to other districts. At this point, I don't have any more to present. I've given you in the slides essentially the substance language of the policy, so you can review what our proposed procedures will be, and it essentially follows what's laid out in state statute.
Okay, are there any questions, board? I know I have a question. Does anyone else have one? Okay, well, Mr. Edel, do you want to go first?
So I just wanted to say that in a day when the state is pushing back on federal overreach, this is a pretty drastic affront against local control and against parental rights. But I do want to emphasize that it is not the district making these decisions. It's the state. And as an entity of the state, we are required to abide by state law.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, my question is, so all that work we did with the chart, all those many meetings, that's all now thrown out in favor of this.
In some respects, the charts will need to be revised because as it was originally drafted previously, we had what we're going to call a pre-screening and then a full review. Given the new terms and the process, those have been retitled. So we'll look at those forms and repurpose them. The language in the policy will lay out the procedure, but we'll have another graphic that will kind of capture the process. And I've seen through USBE some preliminary drafts. It really just it lays out. There's an initial review done by someone at the district level, and then there's an objective review, a subjective sensitive review if needed, and then ultimately an appeal to the board. So it's sort of just moves through the process. And so our library, Gretchen and her team would be involved if we had an objective sensitive review to begin with. And then we, again, a lot of the panels we had previously that involved parents, we would have that at the subjective level coming in and to review it. To date, Gretchen told me we hadn't had any appeal challenges under our old policy until just a week or so ago, where we had a few that came back in. So it's been pretty silent during the administration. And we did have a huge influx to begin. I was listening to the legislative debate, and one of the issues that it was a small group of parents that's in not our district, in Granite, that were the responsible for 96 or so of the appeals. 6 parents, 6 group. So it really can be a small group driving the review of these. And there were both in the legislative debate, both views, those in support of the bill and those contrary to the bill for the same reasons that have been raised in terms of usurping parental opportunity to make determinations regarding reading and constitutional issues. So we live in interesting times.
Okay, I have one more question. So I know if it gets to that point, the board does have to vote on it. And then there's like a number of things the board has to provide, right? So I'm just wondering, has the policy committee, is the full board reading this? And then who's going to write that? I'm just wondering, have you guys talked about that at all? The details?
Yes. Let me go back a slide so I can just show you that. As with other policies where the board weighs in, I'm going to go to the appeal section. This is exactly as the policy is drafted. So it says if an individual, that is what's under statute, a parent, employee, a member of the board, or a student, if they're not satisfied with the district's review, so that's what's been done by either the objective or sensitive materials or the subjective sensitive, they can make an appeal to the board. And the board would receive, it would be a paper review. They'll receive a copy of the individual statement, those previous reviews conducted by the objective sensitive material panel, and the subjective review, which would include parent input, that have all that material. And this is statutory language, the board shall vote in a public board meeting to decide the outcome of the review. So they're appealing whatever determination has already been made on the content of the book from an objective standpoint and a subjective standpoint. The board's rationale to either remove or retain the material, and the board's determination of each component. And as we have in other policies, the board can adopt the determination of an appeal panel. They don't necessarily need to make findings of fact. They can review what has already been provided and accept that, and we wouldn't tie the board's hands in policy, would allow them to make their own determination. And then the decision is then communicated to the state school board. And that's as allowed in the language.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Mrs. Tingy.
Yeah, thank you. This is something that we have given a lot of thought and consideration to things, but I just wanted to point out too that in the event that there is a statewide, a certain material has met the threshold and the State Board of Education does engage and determines that individual LEAs can make their own determination whether, anyway, so they suspend the statewide requirement to remove it. That we've put in here a provision that because we're trying to, Mr. Edel's point, reclaim as much of our local decision and making authority as possible to that the district would not give deference to reviews conducted by other educational entities, and that we would just automatically return that given instructional material.
Okay, yeah, that's very good. Mrs. Pedersen, thank you for that, Nancy.
Question just popped in my head. After, let's say, someone in our district or a district decides that they're going to remove us on a book due to sensitive material, does the state board keep a running list of that? And they'll say, okay, I've had one on this one, and they keep a tally? I mean, do they hold that and wait until they get, now I have 3? And how
Yeah,
long do they hold that database? Like forever? Just checking.
So
Because I'm going,
in the statute, it says pursuant to state law, that threshold is met. The state board's going to aggregate those determinations, and no later than 10 days after the day on which the threshold occurs, they're going to communicate to LEAs.
right. Well, I knew if they got enough, but I was thinking, okay, so one district reports a book, that book just stays eternally, that title, in their database until they're having additional districts, charter schools
I don't know. their
also
internal
report the
procedures.
same one. No, I know, but I was just.
Yeah, I think
so
that's how they
it
will
could
do
be
it.
in
Be tracking.
perpetuality
Yeah.
in their database. Likelihood of 3 of them coming up with the same book, unless there's a little organized campaigning going on out there by our parents. I don't know that that's going to be a problem, but I was just curious if it just stayed there forever.
What will be interesting, as we discussed, is what response USBE may take once they have an opportunity, or they meet the threshold and communicate. What will be the likelihood it's placed on an agenda to have an appeal at their level is to be determined.
What's the default if they don't act? I can't remember.
If they don't act, there's
automatically
really
comes
no,
off, correct?
it automatically would come off, and
Okay.
that may be where at some point we may see actions by other legal organizations related to this bill, ACLU or others. We've kind of speculated about that last year is in our initial reviews of this bill, but yet we've not seen action. So we'll see how things move forward. But this would put us in compliance with the statute moving forward, and then take things as they come. So thank you.
Okay, is that everything?
That's everything
Oh,
for first reading.
great. Thank you so much. Thanks for staying and presenting this. We appreciate it. We
Thank you. Have a good
appreciate
night.
all your work. Okay, now we're going to go on to item B, which is the 2024-2025 budget update by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
I want to thank Jeff for that presentation. I was talking to Jeff the other day. I said, Jeff, I have just a lot going on with our budget, and I got a lot of projects that we're doing, and I just got a lot going on. And he says, well, cheer up, Leon. It really could be worse. You could be stuck underground in a hole full of water. And I thought, well, Jeff, I know you're an attorney, but I know you're an attorney, but I know you mean well. Sorry, Jeff. And I have to say, the Ducks, we were all riveting watching the Ducks the last 2 weeks. We can we should show you the pictures. Hopefully, we're all worried where they going because they just left, and so we hope they're okay. Just a couple things on our budget highlights here. Budget is huge. You know, we're going to be over $500 million this upcoming year. So there's just so many funds and parts of it. I'm going to try to break it up in a few things this meeting and then a few more things next meeting. I'm not going to hit too much on our general fund this meeting, but more of our capital, our debt, our lunch fund, our insurance fund this meeting, and then more of our general fund next meeting. So just a couple things, highlights on our general fund. We did get a 5% WU increase, 44.94. Our educator salary adjustment, we talked about that in negotiations, went up $500. We also got more money in TSSA, 600, almost 700,000, and almost 200,000 in land trust. So that will be well received by our schools this upcoming year. One thing that we've always talked about for the last 3 years is what happens when ESSERS runs out, which is now this year that we're in. We have about 15 employees. They are health assistants at our secondary schools who are on ESSERS right now. We've told those employees last fall that they're going to have to be moved to a different funding source. And if not, they will be a reduction in force with that. So they've been notified, but they are the last employees that we have in ESSERS. Everybody else, we have had others during the year on ESSERS, but we've been able to move them all out to a different funding source as of now. So we feel like we're set moving forward with ESSERS. Some of the things that we did, we didn't want to tie it up in salaries this last year, but more one-time purchases. So you can see a big thanks to Gretchen and her team for all the elementary media materials. Over $1 million there. Our payment for Mastery Connect, our final payment from 95%. We bought a bunch of iPads for our grades K through 2. We also used some on capital projects, ADA playgrounds at Canyon View and Lone Peak. We got a grant for half the teen center at Jordan High, but we needed money for the other half, and that's how we used our ESSERS this year here. So again, we'll talk more about our general fund next meeting, but I'm going to move into our capital fund here. I've actually updated a couple of these just today as we had a meeting on Eastmont and Jordan this afternoon. So Jordan High, again, a lot's going to be going on there for the next 2 years. Again, we've approved 21 million. You know, we're budgeting right now about 12 million of that will be spent this next year, and then in 26, the rest will be spent. So it's going to take 2 to 3 years to work through everything we're going to do at Jordan High, but they're working on bid package 1. So that's going to include the restrooms, the Johannes parking lot, softball press box, and irrigation updates. That's going to be bid out on June 13th. So we'll have numbers there, and we'll bring that back, we hope, on the 18th. It might be a not to exceed amount for these projects so we can get going there on those areas. I'll just say at the restrooms, we had a meeting, Karen and Andrew were there at the SEC on the restrooms. We're going to do a little bit of a different design. We're going to incorporate a kind of a more general neutral set, both upstairs and downstairs at Jordan High. And kind of like I've done at Diamond Ridge. And so it seemed to be really well received by the SEC. And then Bruce took it out to his students and they received it very well. So it'll be a little different design that we may look at going elsewhere, you know, a few years down the line at our other schools. Then bid package 2 will be later this summer. That would be the field house, the auditorium, black box theater. So there's things that are still in design there. Eastmont, again, we're going to spend 13 million, but you know, only about a third of that this upcoming year. Again, the new roof is going. We're still working on that French drainage system on how to make sure the water is gone, so it doesn't impact the bottom floor or the gym floor as we get going on replacing that. And also working on the classrooms on a new STEAM centered model. And also working on replacing that elevator there that certainly needs an upgrade. Corner, you've already approved the vestibule. On the consent agenda was the baseball and softball turf fields. They should be completed by the end of September. And the field house is about basically designed. And we should be bidding that out to contractors later this summer. So both the Jordan and corner field houses will go up roughly the same time. Hopefully break ground around September, October timeframe. In Hillcrest, we're moving there. We should have the turf done, replaced by the start of this football season. But there's going to be quite a bit of work that has to occur on the visitor side or the east side bleachers. So they will not be accessible this year. So all the patrons, fans will have to sit on the home side or the west side bleachers this upcoming season. So as we work through that. Some other smaller projects are, we talked transportation tanks. You've approved that one. They'll be coming out of the ground. We should note that starting that week of June 2nd, and for the first month or so, all of this next school year, our buses are going to have to fill up. We've arranged with Sandy City to use their filling station down on 7th West to fill our buses up over the summer for our programs and for the start of next school year. Of course, they use our pumps to fill up their police and fire trucks and other maintenance vehicles. So, we've always shared, but that's will have to happen this upcoming next several months. We're underway with the Ridgecrest roof. Seeing with the oak hollow carpet, the Alta fire sprinkler, and some oak and some food storage and pharmacy tech upgrades there at those places. Also, we'll be doing some big security upgrades from a grant we received a year ago at about 35 schools on doors and cameras. So a lot happening. Here's our one of the things that we did is to make all this happen was issue bonds, both to do Glacier Hills and Peruvian Park and also Jordan Corner, Hillcrest, Eastmont. You can see visually how that looks. We've issued now about $77.6 million of bonds. We'll make a payment next year, but for the next 7 years, we'll have quite a bit of stacked in there. Then starting in 32, it started to come off for us. It's always important to look at our capital forecast because all these funds are just one time. These projects are one time. So we always like to look out 3 years. What is our balance going to be like? And so with all the revenue we expect to bring in, expenses going out, we do feel like we're starting to build up our fund balance a little bit there in the years 27 and 28. But this still allows us to, this model here gives us the chance to always pay our bonds, do some lease revenue. Pay our lease revenue bonds, some ongoing maintenance, and do about $5 million of small capital projects every year. So still a pretty healthy, forward progress we have on these going out of there. We're going to a different fund now. This is our debt fund. These are our general obligation bonds. See where we're at. As of a year ago, we're now going to make a payment here in June. So we'll be down to about 365 million of outstanding bonds. Then a payment next June for 25 takes us down to about 334 million. It's an awful lot of money. But I figure a couple of years ago, we were in the $480 million range. So we have chipped away at that over the last few years and will continue to do that. Here's how this looks graphically. Again, we'll have payments pretty high for the next 5 years after this one. But, our bond writers do like to see that, in the next 5 years, we're going to pay off 51% of our debt. The 5 years after that, it would be 35. And the last 4 years, it's only 14. So what we're doing is making sure we don't pass on a lot of debt to future boards. And that's our goal here, is try to get that paid off as soon as possible. So you can see that we'll start layering down in the 2030 range. We do have some bonds that could be refundable in this upcoming year in January, February, March timeframe. We'll see how interest rates go and see if that's a possibility. Gonna move to our nutrition fund. Lunch prices will stay the same. And they'll probably stay the same in at least the next couple of years. This is actually one fund where we're all doing almost too good in that you can't have too big of a fund balance, so the state threatens to take it. So as we got up for those years where for those 2 COVID years where the state funded all the lunch payments, we built up a big fund balance. And now we have to make sure we don't want to spend it down all at once, but we have to take it down over the next 2 or 3 years. So with the inflation cost of food and labor, we should be able to do that, but we don't want to see that actually increase there. We also have submitted the CEP, or Community Economic Provision. Again, it's a 3-year rotating program, so we don't think there will be an issue, but getting approval. But those schools that are on it, Midville Middle, Carperview, East Midville, Midville, and Mid Valley, who are on it now, all students will still get free breakfast and lunch next year and for the next 3 years. We will also be adding Sandy to that. So all 5 of our Title I schools would be CEP eligible. We should have that. We should be able to tell you confirmation wise that we've been approved next meeting and the meeting after. Again, right now, we don't foresee a problem with that. Here's our pass-through taxes fund. This is for the community development and charter schools. You can see, we went over, I think it was in November, we went over all our CDRAs. See how much we do pay out in the green line there on community development. It's gone from roughly 10 million in 2020 up to, we're expecting just under 15 million this current year and a little bit more next year. So always a big thing when our communities, we always want to be community partners, but when they come asking for these tax increment financing, that's always a choice, always something we got to look at very carefully, because you can see it's a lot of money that goes to them. Our charter school that we pay to charter schools, that's stayed relatively constant, around that $2.5 million range the last several years. That's kids who live in our boundaries who attend a charter school. That's how that's calculated there. Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just a quick clarification on that one. That is a separate line item on a tax notice.
Correct, yeah.
So it really is just passed through. It's
It is,
not money
yeah.
we could have kept or anything like that.
County
It's
actually pays
determined-
that right directly to the state. Yeah.
And it's determined by the number of students that reside in our boundaries that
Attend charter
attend
schools.
a charter school.
Yeah.
Got it.
Just hit and the last fund we'll hit is our insurance fund. We had a balance last year of $16.5 million, but we've had a couple big hits. This is, we're actually running a really good year in all our funds right now, except this one we're struggling with. This one's been a struggle, so we've had some big claims that have hit us. Particularly my top left, that is inpatient or hospital stays. That's gone up about 40% this last year, so that's been a big hit there. Bottom right corner, our pharmacy has actually gone down, so we've done well there. The others, outpatient care has gone up quite a bit, not quite the same as inpatient. And then, oops. And then we've had others that go up. Our emergency room access has gone up. Doctor's visits went up and then it started to come down a little bit, but all these have we've had a couple of big spikes on this. And so that was part of negotiations where we put in almost $1.5 million into our fund. That will be enough to get us through, but I'm afraid that's going to have to keep going for the next couple of years, that amount of money. It's medical inflation usually lags about a year behind real inflation because everything's built into a contract. And we're starting to catch up to those contracts are being renewed now, and that's driving the cost. You can see some of the areas there when you say PEPM, that's per member, the cost per member per month. You know, the biggest jump from a year ago is just in that, again, in the hospital stays, that's up 38%. And you can see that trend line over on the, again, the cost per member per month spiking up there in that $2,000 range where it has been in the below $1,500 per month. So again, big hits there. Again, our pharmacy has gone down a little bit. We want to talk property tax to end here. Again, we've talked about the property tax increase because we had, as we went through the whole lease revenue bond and these projects, we always said we'd have to get $4 million to pay the bond payments on these lease revenue bonds. And so we've also looking at, we haven't decided yet, but up to $5 million of operating expenses because we've never captured that the last 5 years. You know, Utah has a certified tax rate system. No inflationary adjustment is built into that. So we're living off the same revenues on our operating that we were living off in 2019 and 2020. And you can see where the inflation has gone. Since then, we have not kept up. So we're looking at making an adjustment there. Right here is just some proposed rates in how that would look. One of the things is that blue line, the top blue line there, that's the basic rate. That is set by the state. They are proposing to increase that this year, which will add to everybody's tax bill. You know, it's one of those things where they didn't put enough dollars, state dollars or income tax dollars into this program, so they make it up with property tax dollars. And you can see what we're looking at on a voted or a board, one of the two, increasing that, and also our capital pay our lease revenue bonds debt. That charter school is the one that Nancy mentioned. That's the very bottom one. We won't know the rate there, but you can see it's been fairly consistent the last few years. Again, we're looking at the rate increase going up around 4% from this year to next year. That's still a little bit lower than it was 2 years ago and quite a bit lower than it was 3 years ago, but it is still an increase. The real question is, how does this impact a patron's home and how much will they pay if we go this route? So again, these are just taking these same revenues to generate $9 million of revenue to Canyon School District to keep up with inflation. This is how someone's tax bill would look if they had a house average with $652,700 in 2023. I don't have the average yet for 2024. We should have it this week or next week, but I just added 5,000 on. That's probably going to be in the ballpark, I would think, on the average home. Again, let's start over here on my left. If we improve that tax rate, that's how much each homeowner would pay on taxes. It would be $2,147. If we don't increase taxes at all, which is really not an option with our lease revenue bonds that we've already issued, but if we didn't, it would be about $2,055. That is on the certified rate, that top line, that is about a $92 difference a year. That equates to about $7.50, somewhere in that range a month, okay, on the average home. That is what patrons would see on their tax notice. Now, keep in mind in that green box I put in, it's actually, their actual cost will actually go up $99 because what they're not seeing or not calculated is the second line down, the state's basic rate. As I mentioned, they're raising that up. So they will also pay about $30 more in that, but they don't see that. It's a little bit hidden there. So if you compare it to the 23, what they paid last year, again, their house value went up $5,000, which is almost 1%. the taxes they will pay will increase about $100 total, which is about just under 5%. So I want to make sure those two are distinguished there as people get their tax statements. That green box does not appear on the tax statements, but I wanted to, everything else will appear on the tax statement. But I wanted to try to point all that out. So we're looking at roughly, as far as what patrons would see when they open their statement, about a 6%, 6.2% increase in the rate. There, that $92. In the purple section there, we have to have a hearing. We haven't got the date yet. I think it will be August 6th, but that's why I put a question mark there. The time, it has to be after 6 o'clock. It can be at 7 o'clock. It just can't be any time before 6. And, then you have to list the place. I'm assuming we'd have it here, whether we have it in this room or in the PDC or somewhere. But that's how that would look that way. That's the big one that I wanted to focus on. Again, we'll talk more about that next time, but I wanted to put that one out there for us to look at and discuss if we need to. This is the last slide, just so we'll have June 4th, we'll have more of an update on our negotiations, our enrollment. We'll have some more information on property taxes. We should have our budget posted by this week, this Friday. Keep in mind, you'll see a lot of negative numbers there, but we always practice conservative budget practices. We usually aim to be 2 to 4% under budget in our general fund. That is anywhere from $8 million to $12 million. So that's a lot of money, but when you have a $400 million budget, 1% is quite a bit of money, but we do expect to be in that 2 to 4% under budget there. And then we'll actually have our hearing at the June 18th meeting. So with that, is there any questions or comments?
Okay, any questions or comments, board? Mrs. Tingy?
So one comment back, the slide where you kind of looked at the increase in the basic as well as the proposed increase for canyons. I just kind of ran those increment numbers really roughly, and it's about 1/3%. 1/3 of the increase is the state basic.
Yeah.
And so I just want to give credit where credit is due.
Okay, I do have a question. So when did they decide that they were going to increase the basic rate?
Or during
I
the
don't-
legislature.
During the legislative session?
What they
Is that
said,
how I missed that?
what they said is they come up with a dollar amount that they're going to contribute off income taxes. And then the rest is going to be made up of property taxes. And they came up with their dollar amount and it wasn't enough. So the way they balance it is increase property taxes. Now I have to say that is an estimate right now. That will be trued up by the State Tax Commission and the State Board of Education once all the counties submit their values to them, which is what they have to do. So that will be trued up, but more often than not, they're not too far off. I think it will come down a little bit, but it's not going to come down much. So that's how that was part of the tax cut. They cut the income tax, but they increased it here.
Okay, thank you, Leon. Mrs. Oaks.
Leon, I really appreciate how thorough you are. And you do a good job explaining what's going on. This is interesting to see the state increase. I agree with you. I'm just curious from your perspective as an accountant. What is the position of the Utah Taxpayer Association on property taxes versus income taxes? I mean, do some of these other watch groups have opinions about which kinds of taxes are more problematic?
I think if you were asked the Taxpayers Association would probably, I can't speak for them. I think they would lean towards getting rid of income tax. Because that seems to drive businesses and that corporate tax. But They do have come out and said that every 5 to 8 years, local entities, whether they're cities, particularly school districts, we live heavily off property taxes, have to go through truth and taxation to get to recapture inflation. I don't think they're gonna have an issue with ours because we can point right back to their website that says every 5 to 8 years, you have to do this. And it's been 5 years since we've raised property taxes. That doesn't mean they won't like it, but that I don't think they can fault us for doing that. Many school districts, I can't say most, but I do think most, but many have done a couple tax hearings in the last few years because, inflation's just gone so high. And many cities have done the same thing. Many cities are we're struggling with teachers and para educators. They're struggling with firefighters and police officers. So they've had to do this the same way. To answer your question, I would guess if you were to say which one they'd get rid of, I think they would say income tax, but I can't.
Okay, so this is where a public official, I'm just gonna put this out there. I find it highly ironic that we have members of the legislature who are extremely proud of the fact that they decreased income taxes this year, and yet they've increased elsewhere. And it might be less visual.
It's transparent.
Yes, and people won't be aware of it until later, but right now they can wave a flag and say, look at me, like reelect me. I don't know. It drives me a little bit nuts.
I cut taxes, yeah.
Right. And here's what I hope the public understands, and I have been trying to say this any chance that I get, is even though there are tax cuts in certain areas, the schools, municipalities, we still have to find ways to be able to keep up with inflation and other expenses to keep lights on and keep functioning. And they're just moving money from one place to another, or the burden of taxation from them to us. Right. And I don't love it. Every time I think about raising property taxes, I think about what my life is going to look like when I'm retired and I'm on a fixed income. I think about our older people who have come to us before and said that very thing. I live off of Social Security. Like, what am I supposed to do? So this is heavy for me. And I didn't realize this piece of the state. I just wish we could bring more attention to it, maybe, so that people are more aware. They need to be asking their legislators questions, more similar along these lines.
Okay, board, any other comments or questions? Superintendent?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to Leon and his leadership. One thing to point out, and he touched on a little, but Leon, what was our total dollar amount with ESSER funds? How much did we end up receiving from federal government during the pandemic?
Close to 35 million.
So if you think back to 2.5 years ago, this number, if you go back to the slide, we were well above 60. If I remember right, well above 60 FTE.
A lot of people on
that
ESSERs.
were on ESSER funds. And all of our department heads that are here and all of our leaders in the district, teachers, staff, and the board. I mean, I think we just need to highlight that. Thank you for your leadership. And we really, you think about going through that process, as difficult as it was, we really, tried our best to protect all those that are providing direct services to students. That's been our philosophy from the start. We really stuck to that. But when I just look at that number and just think about where we were facing that, that shortfall a few years ago, knowing this day would come, I just tip my cap to you, brother. Good job. It's pretty awesome.
Thank you. It's been a team effort.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. We will look forward to next meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Strategic Plan Focus Group Report, Access and Opportunity, and Paula Logan, Director of Federal and State Programs, will present that.
All right. Well, good evening. What
You're yawning at the beginning? I'm gonna have to be very fast. It's all good. So this is just our strategic plan. We are, or our Access and Opportunity Strategic Focus Group. We are making a couple changes just in membership. So we did have Chris come to replace Mont, but we're switching that to Holly. And then Cindy is retiring. And so that will switch to Mindy, and we'll start with our next set of meetings with that kind of new grouping. So I just wanted to make sure we had people's names on there that have participated and helped. This slide just shows what the strategic initiatives are and what those success criteria are. And then in our committee, the things that we've discussed, I put on those next 2 pages. So the things I kind of wanted to highlight. So there are colors on this. So the light green is ongoing because it's going. The yellow is in progress and the red is our next steps. So currently with help specifically from Brian's department, we've been working with the Thrive Time with the K-8 lessons, and that's going really well. We've had all those lessons now piloted. Everything's been gone through at least once, and they've taken feedback, and this summer we'll be working with ISD to do those updates. Our Life Skills Academy is going great, and our Unified Sports has really just shined this year. And so those were things we wanted to highlight. Our Leadership Academy has also done a great job this year. That's where we've pulled in some of our high school students to participate with leadership. Brian and Tom have been leading that out. We will continue that next year. There's going to be some changes, I think, to the structure, but they felt like they and the students had a really good time building those leadership skills. Our next steps then are kind of building or moving into some supports, kind of a Thrive Time for high school and some supports. We're talking with that with our levels of behavior and some of the things that have come up this school year. And so that's one of our next steps. Kind of implementing more specifically the portrait of a Canyon scholar, and then building our unified sports even down into elementary. We've kind of started a little with middle school and then moving into elementary. With our the next criteria, parents and community members are aware of resources and programs. The things we wanted to highlight are this year, really working with our newcomer parent onboarding plan, our newcomers and the parents in the onboarding plan, and finding better ways to both support those families as they come to us, as well as ongoing. And I think in study session, Karen mentioned we're going to meet and talk about some of those outreaches. That's in the next steps. And that is in process. I shared with you, and I'll share with you just a little bit later, a little more about our onboarding process and the supports we're offering schools. With providing opportunities for engagement, we've got a lot of things really happening in progress. We're looking at our canyoneering nights and maybe adjusting those a little bit. We've been working with Hal and the data to pull some of those data points forward, so we're not waiting on the state to tell us which of our subgroups maybe needs a little support. And our next steps really in that are pushing out the data with Hal, establishing newcomer success data points. So as we've pushed out these ideas about ways we can support our newcomers and our parents, what kind of data are we going to collect, and how are we going to determine if we've been successful with those students in building connections, and creating a survey to kind of help with that. Preparing information to ensure smooth transitions. We have all kinds of orientation things that happen. We've done a little bit of work with that, but the things that we're excited to kind of move forward with are kind of creating a FAFSA completion plan. So Jordan High with Melissa Baker at the helm had one of the highest highest completion rates in this state. And we want to be a little more systematic about how we're getting kids to access that, be familiar with that, and fill that out. So that's one of the things we really want to work on, specifically over the summer with Melissa and I. Melissa and Cindy put together a very lovely, I should have included it in this, but we're in the process still. A really lovely one-pager
was kind of 2 pages, front and back. And then in our last meeting, we expanded it to 4. So we'll get you a copy of that. But what we added to that, they did a really lovely job kind of talking about where kids are as they're coming into middle school, kind of the growth of their emotions and those kinds of things. But we wanted to add just a little bit more about technology specifically as we go into middle school and add that Chromebook in and that technology access, some information for parents related to that. With multilingual, training our teachers with multilingual special ed, 504s and advanced learners. We are still in process with our quality interaction PD, which is working on some strategies that would help our students participate more. Quality interactions, it's from West Ed. That's really kind of the forefront of actually multilingual learning and helping our multilingual students, but it actually helps all students. And then our next step is to really create that within our MTSS framework so that it's part of what we're already doing. So it's similar to structured classroom discussions, which is already on our MTSS framework. And we are just going to kind of flesh that out a little bit more. And then in our next meeting, we'll talk a little bit about those extra special ed days to do some training. On the next strategic initiative, we have kind of 2 things or 2 success criteria in this, looking at the needs of all of our schools and distributing resources, and then distribution of resources structured to promote increased academic achievement. And so we've done several things in these areas. One of the things I'm really grateful for is the support to hire 2 McKinney-Vento liaisons. That's been huge, and Claudia and Liliana will be fantastic. We were working today on our grant that's due, and we're fantastic in helping and providing some ideas. In progress, like I said, that newcomers process about how we're supporting them in all of our schools, not just our highly impacted schools, but every school in the district to this point has at least 1 newcomer. So we need things that apply across the board. And then the next steps are really kind of looking at our next step, innovation centers and the CTEC, where we're headed with that. I know the board's had several discussions and we've gone several places, so kind of continuing that discussion and then looking at some things with special ed again. One of the things that I am proud about, well, I'm proud about a lot of this, but with our allocations, looking at our schools and revising kind of that multilingual assistant role, we worked with HR and revised that. And then we were able to share kind of that distribution model about how we're supporting all of our schools. And we were able to get that to every school, that this is how many students you have in this category, and that's going to translate into this type of resource. And that really, I think, was helpful for our schools as they made their own plans. They had that information. And we feel like we were able to spread it out a little bit better. Our teen centers, Hillcrest, we have some adjustments there, but it's functioning extremely well. Jordan High is starting off small, but they've got some really good things in place, and we're working on that one. Diamond Ridge has already got that really in place and really supporting their students that are coming in and out. And then we're working with Brighton High School to build a structure, or build within their structure a space that we can use. And so that's been back and forth with architects. So we're still in that process. And that's kind of where we are on those goals. Just a couple of things that I wanted to highlight. I did give you a copy of the draft of the federal programs yearly report. And that really highlights a lot of the things that we're doing and discussing in this access and opportunity group, and the numbers of students that we outreach to. I think it's pretty impressive to kind of look at those things. And so we'll print this up twice a year. We'll do one that does a kind of a June through December mid-year number, and then an end of year number that kind of summarizes all of it. And then we have our onboarding process. And so I kind of shared that a little bit with you, but this is the resource we're pushing out to our schools. So that has live links. So schools, something happens, they just pull up the dashboard and it says, okay, you're welcoming them. Here's a review of the whole process. Here's that parent checklist. Here is the student contact list and the different things. The items that are in red are links we don't have up and running yet, but we will by the end of June. And as we've pushed this out to our principals, our assistant principals, and to our secretaries, our head secretaries, we've gotten really good response and they are very appreciative of the supports. And they've given us feedback and we've made adjustments. And that, I feel, is the entire, that's a lot of things, but I went through it really quickly for you. Questions?
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, board? Any comments? Mrs. Tingy, then Mr. Edel.
I just wanted to comment. I know, and thank you for going through this quickly, but that slide that you have up there right now, really, when the committee met, we were very excited about this slide because it gives guidance to every school in the district so they know kind of what they can do and what they should do and what resources are available when a new student, a family walks in their door. And so I just want to thank you for putting that together in such a very usable, understandable, and accessible way.
Thank you.
So there's obviously lots of great things you're doing, and so this will seem kind of odd that I'm honing in on this one, but the translation devices, because I was reading through all of your stuff.
Excellent question.
Have you started to roll those out yet, or are you still acquiring them?
So both. The Microsoft Translator we have rolled out to our secretaries, our head secretaries, that we gave them each an iPad and helped them understand how to use that exact process. The earbuds we are still in process with, and we're actually having a demonstration tomorrow with some of the people here in the district, how we could use them. They really, when people talk about them, and they sound like they're going to be super easy. You just put it in your ear and you just talk and the world is a better place. And that's not quite what we're finding. So we're probably going to have to put a little more into that. Like we wrote up here, we're probably going to need an app on an iPad as well for that. But we do think we've got it figured out where that translation could be closer to flawless.
Nice. I think that's really exciting. So in my other world, translation's a big deal too. And so I've been looking into some different resources. And so
we would love if you shared some great ideas.
So I'm excited about some of the stuff that you're looking into. And I too am super aware of the many different languages flowing into our schools. And, our teachers aren't necessarily language teachers. And so, but we still have a responsibility to the students. So I'm really excited that you're leaning into the new technology. It's evolving quickly. I know OpenAI did a demonstration of a new technology with their system that I think is going to significantly change translation as a whole. But I appreciate you leaning forward into the cutting edge technology so that we can support our students. And I think it's just a matter of maybe a couple to a few years before our newcomers in the classrooms are able to understand what the teachers are saying before learning languages. So I appreciate everything that you're doing. This is one piece, but thank you.
Thank you. And also, I just was going to say, like, after we gave the iPads, we did that with our administrative assistants, and we gave them out. And Bev was out in a school, and one of the ladies was using it, and she was like, "Oh, this is so easy and so great. Thank you." So the one step we've accomplished is going well. We're working on the other.
Okay, great. Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you so much. I know this is a big job. You have a really big job. There's a lot of students to keep track of and a lot of needs. As I was looking for it through everything, And just remembering that what the strategic initiative says, it also includes needs for advanced learners. I'm curious what your committee has discussed about how to best address that.
So if you look back in, let's see, where did we have? With our advanced learners, we did do in our elementaries. I cannot find it off the site. Well, so in our elementary, we did the programs, we did the website. So all of our elementaries list all of their programs and who the contact is for that. Our next step with that, and that's listed kind of down below in that second column, is to create a middle school kind of extended program similar to that. So looking at those things that we're offering like Lego League debate and all of those things that are happening in class or in schools right now, adding that back in.
So just specifically, that would be like extracurricular, like after school opportunities? Is that what we're thinking at the middle school level?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Depending on the school.
my thoughts on this are twofold. One is, I've been talking to more parents lately who have been frustrated that their kids haven't been challenged. And it's come up in certain situations where there are new multi-language learners in the classroom. A lot of times these advanced children are being, put together with the kids that are struggling to help them. But sometimes what happens is they end up being frustrated that they themselves are not advancing in their own learning. It's a really big challenge. I know every district in the state is facing this right now. I'm just curious, if those discussions are happening about ideas or brainstorming about how to best support those teachers and make sure that we don't have people leaving the public schools to utilize the voucher, to utilize other school experiences because they don't feel like they're being challenged here.
Right. So that, I think that's our next kind of step as we've been working on some of this. It really falls into place kind of both with listing what those things are, but then in looking at those quality interactions and how we're pushing that out and giving teachers the skill set to manage that within a classroom. Because we're never going to run into a time when we don't have a variety of skill levels in our classroom on any given item. So how do we balance that and what kind of structures do we put in place? But I would say we've focused a lot this year on that initial connection and welcome to the newcomer, creating those relationships and connections, which research tells us for all of our kids makes a big difference. And then our next step, now that we've kind of got this more in place, is to focus a little more on that part.
Well, and I'll be honest, this is the other part of what I was going to say is I've been hearing from some middle school parents who feel, I don't know what the right word is, like a loss that when they come from elementary school where there's so many activities that their kids are participating in, whether it's choir in the mornings or makerspace, or they have STEAM opportunities. They get to middle school, there's like nothing before or after school. And I think that impacts not just kids who want more enrichment opportunities, but it does impact the kids that need to be integrated most. So when we talk about onboarding, right, like to give them opportunities similar to what we've seen at Midville Middle School, I think that's made a huge difference for a lot of that population. I think perhaps we need to be looking a little more closely on some of those opportunities that not only do they provide enrichment, but they provide a sense of community that I feel, I've had 4 children go through middle school here in Canyons now, and there is a loss. It kind of feels like a vacuum, like you've had so much community and opportunity to interact with the teachers and other parents. You get to the middle school and there's like very little. And then high school, it's on hyper overdrive. There's like so many different options. And so it's this very strange kind of like transition that's not really being handed off very well. And I just wonder what kind of potential we have there.
Karen and Nancy can correct me if I'm wrong. We had a conversation I think 2 meetings ago with Jesse about different things that middle schools were doing. Those maker spaces are things that they're pushing out. I know Stacy at Eastmont, they did a star night that Karen had gone to. And so that was kind of where that discussion started, to list what those activities are so that we have a better feel for what all schools are offering. And similar to what we did in the elementary, like some reason, like go to this person if you want to kind of explore that. And then you could share that list again, with your school community council, what are we interested in pursuing and implementing in our school? It gets a little trickier because middle schools, we can't have clubs. So we try to do activities and sometimes that's, I mean, we've done lots of schools have done lots of different things, but
Well, I have managed to actually pull two of my nieces over from a neighboring school district to come to Canyons. But they have said that the one thing that they really regret or that they miss is the opportunity for their middle schoolers to participate in sports. You know, I mean, there are certain things that it's an important age group, and I think it helps in the transition of them going into high school. I'm not saying it has to be athletics, but for them to participate in things that build community. And I'm just wondering how to best do that and to help Eastmont is like this golden example. We all know this, like they all come to us and talk to us about how magical their school is, but maybe like finding ways to help the other middle schools be more consistent that way. Anyway, I would love to see some more options like that. And having had kids that felt unchallenged, particularly in middle school, and I know there's a lot of discussion about having whether or not honors classes, not honors classes. I think we haven't quite figured it out yet, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So
I don't think we have figured it out either. So
Okay, any other comments? Mrs. Pedersen.
My only comment in reply to what has been said is that we started out the year actually focusing more heavily on middle school, but due to the huge influx of our newcomers, the fire and the flood, whatever disaster you want to attach it to, kind of overwhelmed everything. And so we've been really trying to see, because that was affecting everybody.
Yeah.
And so as a group, some of the things that we've been working on for middle school have been sort of set aside, not forgotten, but it's kind of set aside because we haven't talked about it for a couple of months because the other became so critical that we just really felt like we needed to deal with our newcomers and giving supports to our schools, and the stress level for all of them would be much, much less. However, we have not forgotten middle school, and I know that that's right there on the top of the next thing that we need to address. So if you've noticed how many slides and how many things that we're working on, this particular committee has more hands and more pies than any other committee.
it does feel
The
that way at
number of students that this particular area, I don't know what you want to call your thing, your responsibilities are immense. And it's amazing that as much has been able to be accomplished as it has. We've got the homeless.
Yeah.
We have, newcomers. We have gifted and talented. And I mean, you just name everything. And then there's the middle student that isn't any of those extremes. And we're trying to keep those involved as well. So as all the committees are, we're still a work in progress. But I'm very proud of what we've been able to do. And yes, we definitely have some areas that need some more emphasis. But I think if we can stem the tide a little bit and get some resources out there for the school, which I think what Paula and her committee, her people have gotten to put together, it will make a world of difference in the regular classroom, whereas the regular teachers can spend time on accelerating those other students. So we're gonna continue to look at that. We will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have a comment from Holly to read, and it is kind of along the same lines as what Amanda just said. So thank you for all the great work on this committee. I'm looking forward to being part of this committee. My largest concern for access and opportunity is that all students will be provided an opportunity to be challenged and to learn and grow in their classrooms. I think our current programs do not always do that. Our advanced learners do not always have opportunities to be challenged in their neighborhood schools. There are programs they can be driven to, such as SALTA or DLI, but not every advanced learner lives within the boundaries of those schools or has a parent who can drive them. The exact same thing can be said for our special education students. I think we need to be creative to provide hybrid programs to help these students as well. I think this should be one of the highest priorities for this committee moving forward. So I think a couple people said they want you guys to work on the advanced learner piece. So anyway, but thank you. You've done amazing things, this committee. That is a lot of work. And just to see that whole plan for newcomers is amazing. So, and that hasn't been that long. So great job, you guys.
We've
Just a
done
few
some good
months,
things
right?
as a group.
Yeah. So thank you. And we look forward to future presentations.
Although we can't.
Keep up the work. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item D. It is the superintendent listening tour report. And Rick Robbins, superintendent, will present that.
Nothing like hitting cleanup at 9 o'clock. Thank you, President Schill. I want to first give a shout out and thank you to Paula. When you think about, when it first was really apparent, the number of newcomers and just the report that, we were gaining 20 plus students per week. The call to action, in that short of time to put this together and really protocols for schools. And this is part of listening tour. Those of you that have been out with me know that just about in every school that we've been to this year, this influx of students with great needs has been on everybody's mind and a real hot topic for people. So I super appreciate all of her efforts and the growth, as Andrew points out, that's happened there. Part of, this experience with our newcomer students is really, it's really, and I've said this before, it's threefold. It's this onboarding piece, and the checklist of really just helping, students get into school. Then there's this instructional piece that she's talking about with QTEL and really giving our teachers the tools. But then there's this whole other wraparound service piece of really providing supports, not just for the students and their families. And last night, if you didn't know, was the Canyons Family Center Parent Awards Night. And I got to be part of that. As when I arrived, Paula and her team, Myrna Lundquist and Bev Herman, I can't name everybody that was there, but the Canyon Center was full of families. And these are all parents and families and kids learning English. And I was just so inspired and overwhelmed and humbled by their hunger to want to learn English, to want to support their kids, to want to integrate into our education system, to want to be part of the Canyons family. And these are families from all countries of the world, walks of life. And to see them earn these awards for completing beginning English classes and to see their excitement in how they connect with their kids was just really special. So I want to tip my cap to Paula and her team for making that night so special and really helping these parents feel part of our Canyons family and helping their students advance. So that I'll just start with that, with the listening tour. I think it's always important to talk a little bit about the why. This is my strategic plan that I have at my desk. You can see I mark it up. It's really a living document that it doesn't just sit on the shelf. It's one that at least I'm always studying and trying to understand better and just keep notes of what we're trying to accomplish in the district with our goals. But when you think about the why and the superintendent listening tour, community engagement, customer service are two of our tenets that are foundational principles that we operate under. And then if you look at our core values, you see words like trust, transparency. You see words like building relationships through mutual respect and caring deeply about what we do. And then I was looking at our operating systems, and one of the impact statements is that CSD will provide students, educators, employees, and parents the opportunity to engage in two-way communication. And I'm very proud of the fact that that's something that we really take to heart, whether it's focus groups or surveys, parent-teacher nights, parent square. I mean, the list goes on about all the communication systems that we have in place to really engage our stakeholders. And then when you look at the success criteria, and I hope the listening tour has helped, fill this criteria is that CSD employees in particular, and this goes along with parents too. I mean, and we do that in other ways, including canyoneering night and whatnot, but specific to our employees, that they feel heard and supported in their roles and responsibilities through effective and feasible feedback loops. So that for me really defines what this is all about. And I just really appreciate the fact that we've been at this now, I think almost 2.5 years, and just the level of psychological safety and feedback. You know, we were talking about this earlier. You think about in the early days of the listening tour, it was a lot of crisis management, frankly, right? And just people, and still there's a lot of that going on, but I see a trend that it's moving a lot to really working on solutions and more of a collaboration on district issues that are directly related to student outcomes and achievement. So I think that's exciting for the future. I've had people ask, you know, is this something we're going to continue to do? Absolutely. I think this should be, you know, something that really is a staple in all school districts and any organization, because, you know, at the end of the day, I think we all know that as we get further away from the classroom, sometimes in administration, we can get a little bit disassociated with what's happening, you know, in our schools, and particularly in classrooms where our teachers are dealing with a lot. So I really appreciate our schools inviting us. You can see there, that's a really diverse cross-section of employees in the district, 30 different locations, and you can see the different groups that we were able to visit this year, and we'll just continue to expand on that. Also, big thanks to our board members and all of our administrators that come with me on the tour, especially Kirsten and Jeff that help keep a record. Kim Mitchell that provides all the treats. It's a lot of work, but I think it goes a long way in really building those relationships. So I appreciate all the support. Just a few things I'll highlight just for the sake of time. And I don't think this is anything new, but I think it's very informative to keep us grounded in what the issues really are in the district and how we go about working on policy and working on things that really make a difference for people. And, you know, when you think about coming out of the pandemic, I don't think there's ever been a time where employee morale and just their attitude about life and work has ever been this important. And I think when you add in the economy and all these social issues and political issues and everything that's on our people's plates, really giving them a venue to talk about these issues in a really professional, collaborative way that's about positive relationships. I think it helps to address these, as well as and we'll talk about some of the things that we've actually done that the board's taken up on this. But you can see student behavior is still a major issue, and this isn't unique to Canyons. I hear this from superintendents across the state, still very high levels of extreme behaviors in our classrooms. Chronic absenteeism still there. I think, you know, hopefully with the law changing a little bit and we're able to rely more on juvenile justice system to help us with that as a backstop. But I see our schools and our teachers and principals do so much with this. And I think adding the elementary APs is another help with this. We've talked about Thrive Time, you know, so many things going on to really try and turn this tide. But as I've said before, this is a slow burn. You know, we're not going to change, you know, 30% chronic absenteeism overnight. But I think over time, as we engage more and more and we work on that trend line, that's gonna turn in the positive direction. Planning time, we know this has been a big part of the listening tour, and so excited that the board has approved the dedicated protected planning time for our elementary teachers. This has been a big topic over the last 2 years. It's not perfect. And I really appreciate Alice and Sally and that task force that CEA that's here with us tonight. There's a lot of effort, and I know people still have a lot of questions about how this will roll out, but at the end of the day, I'm very proud of the fact that this has been a priority, and it's launching, it's going to happen, and then we'll address it. Those issues are going to come. We'll understand what they are, and then we'll make adjustments as we go forward. But really appreciate everybody's efforts to bring this to fruition. And then, as mentioned, our newcomer needs, the numbers, as we know, have just significantly increased, and this has brought about a lot of these different questions around how do we onboard, how do we improve and support training and teaching, how do we work on these barriers that we know. And then one thing that continues, as part of our discussion is how do we support these teachers in our title schools? And super excited to share with the board, Copperview, what I'm understanding is that they have met their goals that they set in that turnaround plan. And so we'll have them come report to the board within the next couple of months or so. But really thinking about, how do we qualify merit pay in a way that's not competitive, that can support our teachers in those title schools. And I think we all understand the challenges. There's challenges in every school, but our teachers that choose to teach and take on those challenges in our title schools, I think the model that we've taken up that really is more about lifting the entire school and making it something that's qualifying, that every teacher on the team, every staff member, secretaries, custodians can buy into, that when it's a team goal, there's just more investment by people. So we'll keep looking at that. We know coming up here we're going to have to address Senate Bill 173 that has a lot of this tied to that, and how we go about paying teachers in a different way that may qualify. But I really appreciate all the conversation about what that might look like. Again, technology in schools, this is nothing new. I think you think about the last couple of years and just our advancement with our dashboard and the way that we're communicating with parents when it comes to utilization and usage is a huge improvement. I think that's really helped with transparency for parents to understand exactly how much screen time their students are utilizing. And also, I think we're really making headway in helping to identify students that are maybe making searches that might involve self-harm or have suicidal ideation and that kind of thing, and getting help. And that's along with all the mental health screenings and all the things that Brian's department provides. So these are some topics that have been in our listening tour. And then the last few here, special education. We know that this has been a big issue. I think one of the things that, and I really appreciate the board's efforts on this as well, is really working with our para educators and support staff. And as mentioned, Nate, I really appreciate Nate's leadership here in really trying to develop systems that get kids as close or in their neighborhood schools as they can, and to really be inclusive in that model. And that comes with a lot of work. It's not easy. We have to be willing to invest if we're going to say we're about inclusion, that our teachers and these students have the necessary supports. And to do that, we've got to be able to pay our para educators more to support these classrooms, as well as providing additional training to our teachers. When Nate talks about basically 9 days of training, when you look at those rules and regs and that list on our website of what our sped teachers have to work with and comply with, it's just what a Herculean effort that these folks make. So I think the more that we can do to invest there, the better. Teacher compensation, again, always going to be an issue. I don't think anyone, at least Leon and I've talked about this, we're not aware of anybody that has come in and said they're overpaid yet. Have they, Leon? No? Okay. Right. I don't know if that day will come. We're still waiting. But just appreciate the board. You know, I've said this, I think this year, and I shout out to Krista and Kathy and our CEA team and all of our administrative association leadership team and ESP leadership team. This year, probably the most smooth with negotiations that at least since I've been in the district, and just a shout out to everybody's, you know, trust level and that collaborative spirit to really work together to find something that works for everybody. It's not ever easy, but really lots of great effort. And then you can see there really this idea about flexible time or this idea about PTO, paid time off. One of the things that we hear over and over is that, especially I think with our younger generation of teachers and educators, is more flexibility with leave. And instead of having time that's siloed, which there's reasons for that, right? But having more time that they have that's discretionary. And so I think, you know, this year through negotiations and approval by the board, moving those 2 days over from sick over to personal, heard nothing but positive. We're just a short story. We were actually in Las Vegas visiting micro schools, and Sally, I hope she's okay with me sharing this, but her daughter sent her a text right where we were there. Mom, have you heard 2 days just got moved over to personal? This is a big deal because now we can go on a family vacation that we wanted to. So, you know, that's just one of our teachers that it made a difference. So really, really appreciate that. And then lastly, these are just some of the miscellaneous title or topics that have come up during the listening tour. And you can see a few of those. Voucher discussion obviously has been part of this. Lots of questions about the safety bill. I know, you know, people have questions about the Guardian program and how this is all going to unfold, but we're definitely, you know, our eye is on the ball. We definitely understand the impact of this safety bill. There's still a lot to unpack, and we're trying to understand that. But I think it's important to note just that there are a lot of people, you know, in our district with questions about that. And then lastly, won't spend a lot of time going over this, but you know, what have we done with that? What is the board? What is administration? What have our schools done to really address some of these issues? And you can see just highlighting there a couple of things I already mentioned, which has been terrific. You can see a few more there too. And a really, I think, a key advancement or key strategy is expanded on-site daycare for employees. That you know has come up over and over and over again. I still remember one of our very first listening tours this year, and one of the very young teacher raised her hand and said, you know, I'm dropping $1,700 to $2,000 a month for my child in daycare. And I mean, I that just floored me. I was like, wow, that's tough, right? So I think, you know, our support in this area and what we've done there has really gone a long way for a lot of employees. And then you can see, as mentioned, some of the things that we've done with leave, the court, juvenile justice system with absenteeism, and then other things there that we've tried to work on. I will mention too, one thing that we didn't add, but Kirsten brought this up earlier today, is really our work in enrollment. Just so the board is aware, since 2021-22, our permits in the district are up 17%, and that's all permits. So we've really worked hard just on that, kind of the philosophy that Kirsten shared about no closed doors. We really want to encourage students to come to Canyons. We're a district of choice. It comes with its issues, right? And we've heard about that during listening tour about how in-district permits impact classrooms, and we see these fluctuations that really cause different bumps. Talking a little bit earlier with Amanda and Nancy, I think it's important to share with the full board as we go into budget season and increasing taxes. I think this is important for the public to understand as you take up and consider that vote, is that coming out of the pandemic with declining enrollment, there's a couple of ways that we can address this in classrooms, especially where we have an open permit kind of philosophy like we do. One is split classrooms, right? Where we're combining like a 4th and a 5th grade. We know that's not optimal, that's not something that the district, thinks is best practice. But it is a strategy to help with this. Another strategy would be to do obligatory transfers in the fall and look at transferring teachers from overstaffed schools to understaffed. You can imagine what kind of pushback and feedback the board and all of us would get if that's the case. So, these are just a couple of data points that I think are important as we go into budget season to help our public and our parents understand that if we want to try to balance those. In the past, we've always had the so-called cushion to do that, but with declining enrollment and loss of ESSERS and CARES funds, that really is not. That's not available to the extent that it's been in years past. And so we've got to think more creative as we go forward. So just a couple of things to point out with that as we've gone through the listening tour. Okay. Way over time.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Board, are there any questions or comments? Mrs. Tingy?
I did wait a second to see if anyone else. I just want to thank you, Superintendent. This is amazing. This report really captures a lot of work done this year. And like you mentioned, really great communication. And I've been attending them the last couple of years, and I feel like the last few months, those visits have been, there's a big change in the approach and the tone in those meetings. And I feel like our employees are feeling more comfortable and safe with asking tough questions and also submitting suggestions and ideas. And I really like this last slide where you brought it back around to what a difference it has made, how we have not just listened, but we've heard and we've made changes, and you have, and the administration has. So I just want to thank you very much for instigating this process, because I think it's been very, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I want to add my own comments. I just really appreciate this also. And I really love that, just what Nancy said, the last slide. And I'm just wondering if we should somehow send that somehow out in communications, because I feel like it's important for the employees to know that we are listening, that you're listening, that the board is listening. And I mean, that's an incredible list of changes that we've made from doing that. So I don't know. Did you guys hear me? I don't. Oh, okay. So do a mail.
Well, and
That would
you
be
guys know that have been out with me, like my lead in line to listening tour with every group is, you might think the board or I are not listening, but they really are. And there's many, many times in board meetings when you've all asked, what's the tone on listening tour? What are you getting from employees? So it's a great point, Amber, that the board really is listening, and all of those examples, really are just a demonstration and proof that you care and you're trying to address the needs of our employees. So that's great.
And I do think they work really hard, and they may not be aware of everything we're doing. I mean, it's just the reality. They have a tough job and they are very dedicated. So that's why I think some communication could be good.
Amber, I hate to interrupt, but that was actually one of the requests on the listening tour. They actually wanted to know if they could get feedback on
Changes that were made.
both. What is the feel in the district? Because they don't know if they're different than everyone else or if this is common throughout the district. And they have actually specifically asked if they could have feedback. So thank you for reminding us that was exactly on the list. That's why they've already thought about it.
That is perfect. Another example of listening. Does anyone else, Mrs. Oakstrom, want to say something?
I do have to say that I think it's made a big difference in the feeling of the culture of the district. And I'm extremely grateful for it. There was a time, like my eldest was in the very first kindergarten class of Kenyans. And the feeling that was present at the beginning of all of that with the initial changes and superintendent at the time compared to now of what teachers feel like they can or can't say, I think there's been a major shift. And I'm grateful to see that thaw take place and for them to feel like they're safe sharing concerns or even anger or frustration. I don't think we ever get any better without being able to hear things as they really are. And I appreciate you creating a forum for that and a safe environment for them to be able to share. Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is staff comments. So Superintendent, do you want to go ahead when you're standing there?
I think
So,
I've talked enough tonight, so thank you.
okay, thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Wilcox.
I've talked a lot too, but just two quick things. One is congratulations to Jeremy Klung, one of our bus drivers. We had a statewide, we call it rodeo, had some 25 drivers from various districts at the Crescent View campus and doing all kinds of tests and competitions on driving a bus, and he was the winner statewide by a close margin over someone from Alpine and another one from I believe it was Davis. Two Alpine, but we won, so that's what matters. So, but congratulations to him. And as you know, this is our last board meeting before graduation. So big congratulations to our graduating class of 2024. Wish them all the best going forward. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to start with Karen, Mrs. Pedersen tonight.
Oh, it's a busy time of year and we've all been at so many different places. It was an exciting thing to attend the CTE home tour. I wanted that house. It's really nice. And it was fun to see them see the fruits of their labors. And to see that all the people coming in were saying nice things about their house. Oh, look how nice this counter is. And, the cupboards, we're opening everything. And it was fun for them to see the circle get, authentic feedback. We'll say it that way. Over what they've been able to do over their time this year working on the house. So I enjoyed doing that. My husband said, "You sure you don't have a musical or a play to go to tonight?" Because I've gone to 3. Was blown away by Mamma Mia. I could not get ABBA's songs out of my head for a couple of days. It's weird. They just kind of pop in your head. Super, super well done. So enthusiastic. And the way they staged and everything was just so well done. And then I had the opportunity the next night to go over to Mount Jordan Middle and see Moana Jr. That was cute. That's a hard one to do. Think about all the special effects that they had to do if you've seen the Disney version. And what I loved is that their Moana looked authentic. I mean, she was authentic. She was a Polynesian. Beautiful voice. Beautiful, beautiful voice. And so it was nice to see that they were able to incorporate some of their more ethnic students into the play, and they did a phenomenal job. It's cute to see the difference between a middle school production and a high school production. You can see the potential is there. It was very well done. It was great. Was it to the level of our high schools? No, but they don't have the budget or time or ability yet. But that was a marvelous experience. And your son was in it, right? Andrew, is he Pumbaa? He wasn't, what was his job? Sorry, I have to ask.
He was on the Shiny Ensemble.
He was shiny. Oh, and that was fun too, is to watch them be so creative on how they portrayed the different characters. Because you expect this crab to come out for the shiny part. And it's this darling girl in a sparkly dress with 2 handsome young men next to them. One each was their claws. So the claws stood next to them in their suits. And she's in a sparkly dress with a crown. And they
had lights and stuff everywhere, and she had a beautiful voice. It was just really fun to see how the students, you could tell that the students created this and how they were able to solve it. It was wonderful. And then to top it all off, the next night, it seems like I was going night after night after night. I went to Sister Act and had the most marvelous time as well. It was so much fun. So I am just so impressed with the quality of the arts that we have in our schools. And what's interesting is I had my grandson, my oldest grandson's a freshman over at Hillcrest, and he says, "This is the first time I've ever been in the auditorium. We always have meetings in the gym." And he says, "You know what? I might try out for theater." He was so amazed. And he goes, "They're not as nerdy as I thought they would be." I mean, he's a soccer guy, okay? And it was nice to see the opportunity they have to interact with one another and to be models for other students and their ability to be into the arts. The only other thing I wanted to mention is that, and this is more for the parents than for anyone else, is that I had a parent contact me who's in the Draper area, and he was extremely concerned about kids riding around on their scooters, cutting between cars and speeding. You know, some are mechanical. I mean, I know it's a Draper. He was also saying he saw it at Draper. But anyway, what I think is that I do believe that as a school, we need to teach the children the laws. They aren't drivers. They don't know the rules. And they have, it can't happen to me attitude. You know, I'm in, perfect. So I'm going to say to the parents, please watch your students and teach them or talk to them about the safety of riding on a scooter. You are a vehicle. Our officer can tell you have to follow the same vehicle laws. And I was just, this person was just so cute. I had the feeling he wasn't a parent, but he was just someone in the community who was very concerned about the safety of our students, which I complimented him on because I thought, how nice that our community is watching out for one another and that we are all a village. We are all, that's how I grew up. We're all the neighbors worried about all of us. And I appreciate that. But I'm asking the parents to please, especially as we're going into the summertime and kids are kind of out there moving around, that we need to make sure that they know how to do so safely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Millerberg.
First off, I want to thank everybody in this capacity and generally for welcoming me so openly and including me. It's been a privilege to step into this position. I have had a very busy and exciting time, and I can't tell you all the places I've been and the enthusiasm and excitement that I've been able to participate in. I want to give a shout out to a couple of specific things. Portrait of a graduate or student that Paula was alluded to, but then you didn't talk about it. Exciting thing at Midvale Middle to see those students. And when you talk about language and integration of language, it was one language after another. I think I counted 7 different languages in the first 10 kids that stood up. And so you're right, we can't keep up. And so I'm excited to see that piece of the technology come into place. Attended the participation in the traditions in the park today with Midvale, to see them in their costumes, up on the stage in the amphitheater. And, no buses needed. They walked from their school over to the park. They must have had at least 300 parents in the audience. And the way that our district does such a nice job of going to every student and every parent and combining combinations for everything that the principal said, there was an interpreter right there to make a statement so that the parents could feel so included, and they do. And it's exciting to see that happen. I have to say how much I enjoy Peer Court. And I know Sharice isn't here, but to take an extension there, we used to have, years ago, I would come over with Mont on a regular basis, and they had to have district people there doing the interpreting. So when a student is brought in and the parents do not speak English, they want to certainly have them included. All of the
testing this year has been done by students from Canyons. So see how we're making a difference. Sometimes it takes some time, but it's making a difference. And that is handled so well. And we have an officer come and he makes open statements and is very included in the whole process. And it's just really nice to see how we combine with the community as well as the district as an advocate for these students and these parents. I also want to just give 2 more shout outs, one to the foundation. It's really exciting, excuse me, to see people that are students that are stating that they want to go on and become educators and having the foundation offer up a scholarship to help them make that happen. And also employees that are making that same statement. The foundation does amazing things for many participants of our district, not only students, but employees. And I'm just really honored to work with Denise and her staff because they do such great work. And then it was sort of a culmination and a bridge to graduation and thinking about graduating. But at Mid-Valley, they have an activity that they bring the high school seniors that are graduating from Hillcrest to come to, if they were students of Mid-Valley. So they come to Mid-Valley and they went from room to room and let the students ask them questions. And the questions were things like, do you have to be that tall before you get to go out of high school? Why are you wearing that color costume? You know, it's just really fun to see the high school graduates talk with the students and help them think about maybe someday they'll make it there. So exciting, fun things happening all over the district.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you. I want to echo the sentiments about Mamma Mia. It was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, actually. Not that I didn't have low expectations. It was just amazing. Like the outfits even, I went up to Case Spalding afterwards and I said, where did you find those? They got them from Weber State. Jeff, you should be proud. So anyway, the biggest highlight for me over the last couple of weeks is some work that I've been able to do with Susan Edwards with Draper City and the Gold Star Families Memorial that was just dedicated this past Saturday. So for those, just as a reminder, Gold Star Families include anyone who has lost a family member in the military. And it's over time, it has developed in kind of its own sort of support system. But these memorials have been going up all over the United States in different communities. Sandy City has one. And I was able to attend that dedication last year and was honored to be asked to participate with Draper City for the last year, trying to plan that one, or the one in Draper Park. And it was it was an amazing event. Mayor Walker has 2 sons that serve in the military currently, and his father is a Vietnam War vet. And he takes honoring these families very seriously. And Draper City was incredible, right, Susan? I mean, they really went the distance. There was a large donor who contributed a lot. He had served in the military himself, and so his father had been a Green Beret. And he had lost a number of friends and people he loved in combat. And it was important to him that this was a feature of our community. We had a flyover, we had taps, we had Draper Park Middle School came and sang My Country 'Tis of Thee. They did a gorgeous job. I was so proud of them. We had ROTC students representing the Marines, I think, in full uniform. It was just stunning. And if any of you have a chance to go look at it, especially when after dark, it's beautiful. They have flag poles around the memorial with flags representing each branch of the military, POWs, Gold Star families, and the state of Utah and the American flag. It's quite something, and it was very moving. The night before, we hosted a dinner with the Gold Star families, and they got to stand up and share the stories about their children or loved ones that they had lost. And it was very impactful. It's something I've
I've cared about for a long time, but there's no substitution for hearing someone share personally about their loved one and what they meant to them and how they lost them, and to realize that that feeds into this reservoir of those who have allowed us to have certain freedoms in this nation. And I just am so grateful for them. I'm grateful for their sacrifice. I'm grateful for Draper City for making this a priority and for allowing me to participate. I was really grateful that for our other board members that came, and also for Superintendent Robbins, who was present. And I appreciate that partnership that we have with Draper City. They're an awesome partner with the district, and they're very supportive of Canyon. So just want to give a shout out to them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel.
I want to call out the house that the students built as well. That was one of the first places that I visited after getting elected on the board. And so it was really fun to have seen it while they were working on it, and go into the house and worry about falling through the floor. And then seeing it completely done, that was really exciting for me. And then the excitement of the students, and the teacher who has guided them through that is pretty amazing. And it was fun when I went there the first time to be able to see him help guide them and provide some correction on some things that they were doing. And then, of course, to see it finished. And so that was really fun. This is about a month old now, but I had an opportunity to fly with Dr. Robbins, Melissa Baker, Dr. Eschler from Jordan on one of the Air National Guard's KC-135s during an educator flight. There was a number of other educators from around the state who went on that as well. But that was a lot of fun to be able to do that, and also to showcase some of the cool opportunities that we have locally here with the Utah Air National Guard. So thank you, Dr. Robbins, for flying with me. That was a lot of fun. Special thanks to Melissa Q and Benjamin Simmons at Mount Jordan Middle School for their work on Moana. Melissa was the director. I had a sixth grader who was in the play, and so I got to hear a play-by-play of that whole thing from start to finish as they started learning their parts and all the way until the end. So I know how much work was put into that, and I really appreciate them and their efforts for that. And I want to give a shout out to a standout performance by Stacy, who played Tamatoa, which was the giant crab. Stacy was fantastic and definitely stood out in that play. So great job to her. And then, since scooters were mentioned, I just want to mention to all of the students who are riding their electric scooters that I am right there with you riding electric scooters. I rode mine here tonight. And then I would caution all of you that cars are dangerous, and that I assume every car is trying to hit me. And I hope you'll do the same and ride defensively. But good on you for getting out there with your scooter, and we can be scooter buddies together.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I too have been able to participate in many of the activities and events that have been mentioned. So I won't repeat, but they were just so incredible. And I want to thank the different schools and different organizations and departments within Canyons District for inviting us as board members to participate and to get to celebrate. There's so many end of year activities. I'll just mention a couple that I was able to go to that haven't been mentioned. And that was, there was an evening celebrating our Native American students and their families. And that was a really great event. They had an artist, a renowned artist come, and they had some activities, not only just a dinner, but activities to help reinforce some of the traditions that are important to those students and families. And then also our Latinos in Action group had their end of year celebration where they recognize and call out the achievements of I think it's 3 students from each school program that get recognized. And it's just such a wonderful opportunity. And then the superintendent awards that were given. And I just, there's a lot of debate about kind of culturally, how sometimes, people can lump all this into the feeling of everyone gets a trophy. But that's not really the case here. I love how our departments and the district, they find there's organizations, there's structure to it. It's a genuine recognition of achievement, and it inspires the younger students and those that see these recognitions. And I think it's really great that we can expand our recognitions beyond the long-term, sports things, although those are really great. And I'll just say both Corner Canyon and Brighton won their baseball games tonight, so they'll be moving on. And then a couple other recognitions. So not only all the end of year activities and recognitions and graduation, as has been mentioned, will be in about a little over a week, but also the end of career recognitions with the retirement banquet, and throughout the district, schools are having open houses and gatherings to celebrate individuals that are retiring. And I just want to mention one here tonight. We know she's been retiring, but just found out tonight that Cindy Hansen, this is her last board meeting. She has been such a great leader in this district. And I just appreciate all the different ways and places that she has served in Canyons District. And I know she'll go on and continue to move forward the mission of education and public education. So thank you, Cindy.
Okay, so there have already been many events mentioned, and I do love this time of year because there's just so much going on. I mean, I think every day all of us could go to between 2 and 4 events, but as you can see, like, our board is amazing and they really do attend a lot of things, and I really do appreciate all of them. They do their best to support our students and teachers. And I have been to many events. I'm not going to name them all. I did want to say a special thank you to Cindy. And as you can tell, she's very sad about this being her last meeting. But you know what? It's going to be on CSD TV, so you can watch us if you ever miss us. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff is telling us we're gonna have sound effects. I'm okay with that, but we just gotta have some good music. That's what I think. So I just want to thank Cindy. She has been just a key person in our district and has helped make it what it is today. So we will miss you, but I'm sure you will enjoy your retirement. And just want to thank the board, thank the administration, everyone who's here, and congratulate all the graduates. And I will now call this meeting to a close.